Hello. I've been watching My Hero Academia. Hello. Oh, and do I hate their world? It's like ours, but worse. Is it? Hello, everyone. How is everybody today? Is it like ours, but worse? It's like the X-Men world, but not quite. Not quite the X-Men world. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Okay, we've got a few things to do today. I've got a few mini topics to go through. And few bigger ones to go through as well. A few silly things have happened, and a few funny things have happened. As always, we will start with some arcade madness. Also, I'm happy to report that I have indeed fixed the issue that we have had with Resident Evil. We've done it. The cutscene does not freeze anymore. You know? Isn't that great news? Is that not great news? And if it's, it's news. Emergency. Time to hunt. Time to hunt. It's true. We'll be finishing scenario A with Leon today. But also we will be talking about, I might have spoiled it in the title. I don't know if you know what I mean, but we will be talking about male pants. Are you as online as I am? Do you know what I mean when I say male pants? Do you know the history of male pants? Do you know about female pants? All that coming soon. But question is, how much do you know? Reload. Yeah, male pants. Bet you didn't see that coming, have you? But it's in the title. It's in the title of the stream. So it's one of the many topics that we'll start with. Male pants. If you don't know what male pants are, then can you claim to really know anything about anything? But you know, we must, as always, we must first wait for more people to arrive on the stream. You should advertise the stream to more people. Oh wait, should I actually link it? Should I link it on some places? I should link it to more places. I should link at least the page. Also, you should remind me if you'll be still here in 24 minutes. Then in 24 minutes, right? Lucy, take your meds. Wait, I'll link the page on the orbiters. There you go. I have advertised us on the orbiters. Hello, Chasadris. Hello. How are you enjoying Alien vs Predator? Are you a big Alien fan? If you're a big Alien or Predator fan, and this little warm-up segment is for you. True. You know what? We will actually listen from an expert on male and female pants, so we're gonna give the floor to an expert very soon. Once we start the stream in earnest, we will give the floor to a pansy expert. I have arranged for an expert opinion that I felt that I should share with each and every one of you. I have felt it in my soul. All of you should learn from the expert of the panty expert. How does it feel to be the panty expert? I wouldn't know, but some people claim that status for themselves. They claim that authority and that responsibility. So it's okay. It's alright. Let's Burbu. What a big person. But let's wait for the audience to build up. So if you enjoy what's happening here on the screen, please consider sharing the link to this stream and to inviting people to come and enjoy it together. I'll avenge you, Kevin. I'll avenge you, Kevin. For sure. But Major Sheffer is half a robot. Cyborg. I don't know. Because you love me so much. I don't know how to do marketing. And it's dead. I have no idea how to do marketing fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm clueless. Wait, that pose reminds me of something. It reminds me of something. Oh my gosh. It reminded me of... Okay, now I know what this sprite reminded me of. It reminded me of similar pose done by a Breath of Fire character, which is also by Capcom. So it tracks. Well, at least you admire my work. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. That is good enough for me. Hello, Angela K. Sells Homes. Why, thank you. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here before. Or have I? Have I seen you here before? If I have seen you here before, then it must have been a long time ago. And if you're a first timer, then I wonder if you'd mind. Oh, you haven't? If you could tell me what brought you to this stream, it would help me in crafting a marketing ploy, a marketing strategy. If you could tell me what brought you to my YouTube and what brought you to my stream, that would be amazing. Something really strange has happened lately, but I'll tell you about it soon. I will tell you all about it very, very soon. Oh! Okay, was the other... I'm gonna hazard a guess. Was the other creator Chud Logic, perchance? Was it maybe Chud Logic? Because there are only a few other creators that have talked about me. One was Chud Logic. I think one was... Not many creators actually talked about me. One was Chud Logic, one was... The other creator I have spoken with, Demon Mama, she has not spoken about me. I guess Vosh has, in a way, mentioned me a few times. Other than that, there's... Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, your first impressions of me were not good? Oh, now that's interesting. What was your first impression of me? And why was it negative? Oh my gosh. What was the... What was your first impression of me? What was the video that you first stumbled and that gave you the negative impression. Ay, ay, ay. Boring! Oh no, that's not good. See, I'm working. I'm working on my thing not to be boring. I'm working to become anti-boring. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Speaking of child logic, something really wacky has happened. You know? I have been struggling with my throat for a bit now. My throat has been sort of sore for a long while now, and now suddenly, Chad Logic is having problems with his throat as well. And I find it to be some weird, bizarre, cosmic coincidence that suddenly Chad Logic is struggling with his throat as well. Don't you think that is bizarre? Don't you think that it is weird? Do some nice emote on the page if you think that it is weird. I was supposed to debate Chad Logic, but again, he never followed through with his whole thing. Okay. Yeah. It's wild. I saw Chad Logic saying how and I could hear it as well, how his throat was messed up and that he has to call the doctor about it. I think true. It's true. Hi there. So yeah, we're gonna go through a lot of things today. And of course there's the we actually have a lot of topics for today. I'm not sure if we're gonna Is everybody here familiar with the whole ongoing love loon thing that's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that video. Thank you. Yeah. Things like that happen more and more when cis people get harassed in the bathrooms for, I guess, not having a traditionally cis like presentation. Oh, so Lav, the well-known transphobe, is basically making up new claims that Destiny had a deal with her, that he would get her on stream if she sent him nudes or something like that. But as I think Lav's the worst, I don't really trust her about anything. Oh, okay. I'm not exactly like a 100% gaming channel. I do a lot of different things, you know? I do games, I do history. A lot of what I do is history. Or I should say, I market myself as a person that does a lot of history. And this month, I put a lot of emphasis on a very special event. The 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto, right? That is a big emphasis on my content right now. I make history content. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. When I say I do history, I mean I make history content. I also don't do games. I play them. You know? And as I said before, we've been discussing the ghetto lately because a lot of people don't really know about the existence of the Warsaw Ghetto. I, of course, also do political commentary. I am what you call a variety streamer. And as I've said many times, true. Single-handedly making history true. And as I've said before, if I get 50 viewers during a stream at once, then I will show myself on camera and not the avatar. So that's a thing that might happen once the audience grows. That is a thing that will happen. Let me check something before we go on, because maybe we've got a lot more viewers now than I think. In which case we will just start with the MIDI segments. Don't rush me. Don't rush me, Arcade. How many people are on the page? Okay, let's wait a bit more. Let's wait a bit more for more people to arrive. Warsaw Ghetto. Yeah, do you know what the ghetto was? If you don't know what the ghetto was, then I will explain it. I will explain it. I will actually... If anyone doesn't know what the Warsaw Ghetto was, then I will actually put away the video game and explain it. Because it's a pretty important topic. Oh, vegan burgers. Very nice. Hello, Zoshelix. So, would you like a quick refresher on what the ghetto was? The Warsaw Ghetto. Also, who are you studying? Origin of language. Who are you studying? You know what? I might actually get into it a bit even if you don't ask. Well, I think we should keep the. I think we should keep that whole conversation out of the stream for now. But yeah, I saw the conversation. Giovanni Pico della Mirandella. Oh, wait, you're at work. What is your time zone? I keep forgetting. Isn't it like pretty late for you? You're still at work? I mean, Warsaw, the capital of Poland. I mean, Warsaw, the capital of Poland, the country. You know? I mean, the ghetto in which the Holocaust happened. You know? I mean, this Warsaw in that ghetto. You know? What? Okay, I will explain it then. We turn this off. We get a page. We get a page up with my favorite thing, which is Ptasie Mleczko. Get a Ptasie Mleczko up, as we do in these sort of circumstances. We're getting the browser. Okay, we've got it. Transform, fit to screen. Here we go. Here we've got the map of Warsaw. This is the map of Warsaw. And the purple line is basically the borders of the Warsaw ghetto. I like to add garlic to my burgers. I mean, garlic is very good in any food. I think garlic is good to add to any food. So, should I get paid? I'm thinking of issuing another challenge, this time valued at 100. Alright. I'm all for the challenge. So, in 1939, as you know, Nazi Germany attacked Poland and occupied Warsaw. We're not gonna go into the whole Nazi thing, how the USSR joined up and how they split Poland between themselves. We're just focusing on the occupation of Warsaw right now. In 1940, the Nazis have basically put all Jewish people from Warsaw and from many other places into a quite a small area, and have built a wall around that area. That area came to be known as the Warsaw Ghetto. On this area surrounded by a wall, and the wall is represented by the purple line once again, 400,000 people were cramped in. And within the first 2 years, about 100,000 people died from starvation. Because, of course, starvation was very much a thing within the ghetto. It was a pretty horrible place. And so, in about 1942, the Nazis started taking Jewish people to the death camps from the so-called Umschlagplatz. Yes. Of course, there were already concentration camps back then, because the death camp and the concentration camp is a little bit different. The concentration camp is a little bit different from the death camp. And the saddest thing, for example, is, I've spoken about this before, many people were rounded to the Umschlagplatz to be taken to the death camps, but there were people that actually went to the Umschlagplatz to go for the trip as it was framed at the time, because they were very hungry and desperate, and the Nazis were giving out scraps of food and at the Umschlagplatz. Right, but people were kind of sent to concentration camps before that as well, before they were sent to the death camps. That's a big topic. It's a big, big topic. So yeah. So when the Jewish people, the ghetto was extremely oppressive. It was very much a part of the extermination process. And of course, Jewish people, you are very right that it was a sort of a concentration camp, since Jewish people in it were also used as slave labor in the so-called shops, which were scattered around the ghetto. I 100% know that there were shops around here, the Rondo ONZ area, but there were more shops scattered around the ghetto. And once the Jewish people figured out that they were being driven to the death camps, once they have realized what was going on, they have decided to fight back in an uprising. The goal of the uprising was not as much to win. It wasn't to win against the Nazis. It was to die with dignity. It was to choose their own death rather than go to the slaughter. It was a very tragic event. And of course, it was doomed to fail, and it did fail. And once the uprising fell, the Nazis burned the ghetto down, building by building with flamethrowers. And that is basically what led to this year's anniversary's exhibition name, All Around Us a Sea of Fire, which I have attended. I have taken many photos of that exhibition, and I will be creating a video about that exhibition as well. I have a lot of things to still show from the anniversary. I have a lot of things to discuss still about the ghetto. So we are not done with this topic, not by a long shot. And I really hope that I hope you will watch some of it, as it's really important, I think, and really informative material. I think there are a lot of universal truths and universal messages hidden within this anniversary. The most important message that I will basically parrot from the Auschwitz-Birkenau survivor Professor Marian Turski is: do not be indifferent. Do not be indifferent to evil. Do not be indifferent to any sort of bigotry, hatred, discrimination. Do not be indifferent when rights are taken away from any group. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not be indifferent. Okay? All right. So I think we have had a little bit of a refresher on the Warsaw Ghetto. And by that I mean Warsaw, the capital of Poland. And also, if you will excuse me, I will quickly take my medicine before we move on. I would love to hear your thoughts on what we have just discussed in the chat. I would love to hear your thoughts. And to repeat, I am very much looking forward to your challenge, Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Is there a real Alec Kyle Parker out there? If there's a fake Alec Kyle Parker, it sort of seems like it would make sense for there to be a real Alec Kyle Parker. That thought had just hit me all of a sudden. It sort of just occurred to me that there could be possibly a real one. But yeah. And also, yeah, Socialix. Oh no. Well, I guess it's good that you're the fake one, which would make you the polar opposite of the real one, which would make you which lore-wise would make you wonderful. Growing up Jewish in the US, it always felt like I knew everything about the Holocaust before I ever learned about the Warsaw Ghetto and the resistance. There is a lot. I'm gonna read you something very interesting. Okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna read something for you. I hope it will not sound weird. I read this at the Polin Museum of Jewish History in Poland. I read this in a book called Jewish People in Russia and Poland. And I really want to read it to you because I think it will be related to my future projects when it comes to history. But I really would like to read to you the quotes that I have, the parts of the book that I have basically written down during my visit at the Pauline Library. Okay. The fragment comes from the book The Jews in Poland and Russia, Volume 1, 1350 to 1881 by Antoni Polonsky. Also, I got my name from playing MGS5. I may be Big Boss, but I am not Naked Snake. I am Venom Snake. Okay, I get it. Okay, I understand. I've never finished Metal Gear Solid 5. I have finished 1, 2, 3, 4, but I've never finished 5. Okay. I begin the quote. Haim Naham Bialik, the Hebrew poet, in a letter written in early January 1906 to the Yiddish writer Shalom Aleichem, observed, "No country is better for the Jews than Russia." He was entitled to think so. In the 130 years prior to his letter, Hasidism had developed within the Tsarist Empire as a major religious revival. Its Mikhtagdic opponents had created the great Lithuanian yeshivas. Hebrew and Yiddish literature had flourished, and new political movements, above all Zionism and Jewish socialism, had emerged and transformed the Jewish political landscape. However, within little more than a decade, the Bolshevik Revolution had taken place, and Stalin's subsequent seizure of power destroyed the basis of organized Jewish life in Russia. And its empire, until it was restored with the collapse of the Soviet Union. In this introduction to the collaborative history, the Jews in Reborn Poland, published in 1932 and 1933, Oziasz Thon, rabbi of the temple in Krakow and chairman of the Jewish parliamentary club in the same, the Polish parliament, asked, "What is the role of Polish Jewry today? What is its mission?" And this is a very interesting quote because it speaks to how the Jewish community in Poland was viewed by some people. He continued, both quantitatively and both quantitatively and qualitatively, its mission, which it will soon take up, is to assume the leadership of world Jewry. This was a task which he believed it alone was capable of undertaking, given the spiritual and material devastation of Soviet Jewry and the lack of freedom in which it lived, and the loss by American Jewry under the pressure of assimilation of its specific Jewish character. Polish Jewry possessed the genuine character of Russian Jewry, but also, according to Thon, lived in the freedom enjoyed by American Jews. He foresaw a splendid future for the Jews of Poland. Right? And of course, as you can see, this just makes it all the more tragic what happened during World War II. You know? This just makes the whole thing that happened during the Holocaust all the more tragic. Yeah, Lithuania. Oh yeah, that is what happened. It is absolutely true. The Soviet Union was extremely anti-Semitic, and Stalin basically after World War II imposed a lot of anti-Semitic things in Poland after 1945. The history of the Jews of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is an important topic of study because it is from these lands that the majority of world Jewry, whether in the state of Israel or in the diaspora, trace their roots. The Jewish past in these lands is well established in Jewish collective memory. But with the opening of the archives in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe and the vast amount of research which has taken place in the last 2 decades in Israel, North America, and Europe, there is a need to produce a new symmetric account which will correct the overly sentimental and also excessively negative view of this past, both of which are prevalent. It is my hope that this will enable us to better appreciate from where the Jews have come and how much has been achieved by them on the path to the modern world. And this is basically the beginning of the book. I will be visiting Pauline much more to continue reading that book. I recommend it to everybody here because the book is written in English. It is a really good read. If you want to learn more about history of this period, then that is the book that I recommend. And of course, there's a very important reason why we speak of 1,000 years of history of Jewish people in this area of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus. In this general area, we can speak of 1,000 years of history, starting with, we would start, of course, from when Jewish people received special protection of the Duke of the Duchy of Poland. You know? So yeah, that is all extremely interesting. I have translated a speech of the Warsaw president during the 80th anniversary, and we will be uploading it to the channel. We need to put things into perspective, by the way, when it comes to the ghetto. The capital of Poland before the war was very much a Jewish city as well as a Polish city, because most estimates say that 1/3 of the entire Warsaw population was Jewish, and some estimates bring it closer to half of the population being Jewish. You know? And as the president of Warsaw explains in his speech, a lot of Yiddish has seeped into the language of people from Warsaw. It's a big topic. But I won't discuss it much because I will be uploading that speech, which I have recorded with my phone. Okay, let's get into the first mini topic of today, which is male pants. Are you ready? Give me a hypers. Lucy hypers. If you're ready for the very first mini topic of the day. And I'll drink some water, as I have taken my medicine. And when I say medicine, I mean HRT. I take it every day at 11 p.m. I take it every day at... Oh, it's Hypers Lucy. Maybe I should change the name to Lucy Hypers because it's, you know, I think I will change the name to be easier to like just type out. It's more, I think it might be more intuitive, Lucy Hypers than Hypers Lucy. Okay. I've actually started noticing some changes from the HRT. Okay, let's go. We have discussed the topic and now we will hear from our favorite conservative expert. My burgers are awesome. I think your burgers are awesome as well. But now we will hear, it might be a fun idea for every start of the stream to start with this little discussion, a few mini segments from Twitter. You know? We will start with a few mini segments from Twitter. And our first mini segment is from our favorite conservative thinker. That's right. It's Ben. It's Ben Shapiro. There you go. It's Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is going to explain to us about male pants and female pants. Okay? So let's listen to what he has to say. Actually wrote back to that tweet.
Should wearing dresses and skirts be illegal for men in public? If so, should wearing pants for women be illegal in public? Well, pants not so much because there is a female version of pants that is nearly indistinguishable in many cases from male pants.
So there are male pants, according to Ben Shapiro, and there are female pants, but they are basically indistinguishable. So I'm not sure what he means. I even wrote here, this is my response, there are apparently male pants as well as female pants now, but they are basically identical. So the only real difference is the name. So we could take this brilliant logic and say skirts are okay because there are male skirts which are basically identical to female skirts. I couldn't write the skirts at the end because of the character limit. But it's true, you could take this logic about anything and just label the other thing as that you have two versions, male and female, and they just happen to be basically identical and indistinguishable, you know? It's like Ben is using his feelings instead of logic. I know. Ben always sort of amazes me because he always says that he is a practicing Jewish person. You know? He always says that he's such a practicing Jewish person, but he always ends up saying things that are antithetical to Judaism, which I always find that hilarious. What the hell did the Romans wear for armor? They wore male armor, okay? The Romans wore male armor. That's all I'm gonna say about that. They will they wore male gear. Demon Mama went over how absurd it is to give objects made from arbitrary materials rigid sex labels. It is ridiculous. Like male pants. Like, come on. It literally does not get any more ridiculous than that. And to then say, but there's also female pants, but they are indistinguishable. Literally, the only difference becomes the name. But let Ben continue. Like, it is always hilarious when Ben starts saying that his religion only accepts two genders and that any other culture that claims to have more than two is wrong. When in Judaism you have eight. You have eight in Judaism. So maybe Ben should hit the books. What the hell did the Romans wear for armor then, Ben? Hell, Ben 10, Aquaman. So yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised about Ben's attitude. But it's not all. He's not finished. Ben's not done.
But men wearing traditional female clothing in public, I think that there's a case that local communities should be able to stop that. Sure.
Why? That makes no sense. You know, there's a really weird thing I would have you know. Many pieces of clothing that are now considered traditionally women's clothing or female clothing were actually started out as men's clothing. You know, how high heels started as boots for men, and now high heels are primarily sort of, most people now think of women when they think high heels, even though that started traditionally as a thing for men. This is ridiculous.
I mean, we have local laws about being naked or indecent exposure, or at least we used to.
Wait, there's a different. Is Ben saying that a man wearing a woman's piece of clothing is an equivalent to being naked? Is that what Ben is unironically saying? To wear a woman's piece of clothing is to be naked and indecent in public? Is this seriously the argument that we are going to go with? In that it therefore should be stopped? I guess he was silenced by his own silly argument. I think that's it when it comes to this topic.
Have I seen Kyle Dunnigan's Fresh Pres of DC, where you're featured as Biden's butler known as Ben?
That's a different topic. Like, I've never heard anything more bizarre. I've never heard anything more silly. I sound like a nerd, therefore, me am smart. It's effectively fetishism of their own outrage. Like, he wanted to sound smart, but he sounds so silly with this talk of male and female pants that are identical, and that communities should just put a stop to any man wearing a piece of clothing that is a woman's. You know, Imagine a brother borrowing a sweater from his sister. Stop it. You're indecent. You're under arrest. That is a female sweater. Take that off right now, or we'll shoot. You know? I don't know. I kind of think that that is the logical conclusion to this line of thinking. Take that sweater off right now, you indecent bastard. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to think of this, but it's not very good. That was the number one mini segment. But there is more. Twitter has more amazingly silly things. So, one person here told me that they have discovered my channel by watching my video about a cis woman being harassed in the women's bathroom and asked what her gender identity was. And so, I present to you a video of a person going into a gender neutral bathroom and the world not ending and no assault happening, no one being uncomfortable, everything being okay. Let's watch. Let's watch. Let's see if you're gonna be... Should I play City Skylines on stream? I do have that game. But if we're gonna play anything, we're gonna play SimCity. The proper version. Okay, let's watch this. Are you ready? I am. I know this is a sensitive topic. I know that it's outrageous to even think about going to a quote-unquote gender-neutral bathroom. But, no, I'm gonna play SimCity 1 on the Super Nintendo. The real SimCity, the OG SimCity, okay? If we're gonna play any SimCity, we're gonna be playing the OG SimCity. Okay? Not some pansy bot SimCity. I'm gonna be playing the real deal. Also, my dinner has just arrived. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. A bathroom that is gender neutral, if you can imagine such a thing. Can you imagine such a scandal happening? Well, you don't have to imagine anymore. We're about to watch a video. A scandalous video of a person using such a bathroom. We will see what happens. The video is 1 minute 34 minutes. 1 minute 34 seconds long. Behold. Don't be afraid. Let's go. My first all-gender restroom at the airport. My first experience. Brace yourselves, or as President Sunday would say, hold on to your butts.
Okay, this is my first all-gender Bathroom. 31 stalls available.
Agender. What is agender? Sounds like a woke concept to me. Agender. It really sounds like some weird woke concept to me. Or let's see.
Anybody can go anywhere. That's a man. Okay. This is happening. Have you ever been in an all-gender restroom? This your first one? This is my first one, especially in the airport.
Yeah.
I said, wait. What?
It's different.
What about you? All-gender. You ever been in an all-gender?
This is my first time. I was kind of thrown off.
You was kind of thrown
I was
off?
confused. I'm like,
I don't know, but you was walking fast. You enjoyed it. You.
it is kind of cool though.
It is.
Either side. is
Either
open.
side. Okay, thank. Okay, ladies, it's happening. Did y'all know this was all-gender?
Yeah. We're doing makeup in an all
This is my first time. I'm like,
Hey, I stopped and
Me
I was,
too.
I was like, am I going the right
no, I did like this. That's okay. I know that's a girl. That's a boy. And I'm okay.
It is so strange how people are fixated on certain things, you know? Like people freeze. Are like, am I going to the right place? What is happening? People are so nervous about honestly such a trivial thing. I've already talked about this like a million times. I went to a pretty good high school, and in my high school, we had a gender neutral toilet. Okay? We had a gender neutral toilet, and nothing happened. Nothing ever happened. You know? It was okay. It's not a big deal. Men and women and any other gender being in one space is not a big deal. It really isn't. Also, I hope this person is not transphobic as well. I mean, it does. And I also think that the urinals are a devil's invention. You know?
Okay with whatever, but you just threw this on us.
It's weird.
It's progressive here, though.
I know.
And then you doing your makeup and a man in there pissing.
There's like men walking by. It's so
And you cute, though. You cute, though. I'll tell you that.
funny ones are the ones
Yeah, but the doors are sealed completely, so that's a good thing since we got all gender. So can't nobody creep in and see that through them doors. The man.
Yeah, that is all that it takes. A perfectly sealed off stalls. That is all literally that it takes. It's not a big thing. It's not a big deal. It honestly isn't. I don't think it's weird at all, to be honest.
And winning that one, that's the thing. Oh, you said obviously a man winning that one. Damn. Oh, there go a man, y'all. Okay. Hey, sir, in the all gender bathroom.
That's it. It's not a big deal. It honestly is not. I mean, I guess it is, but it just goes to show that people really, and I want to stress this, people really make it weird. People take a thing that is not really that strange or awkward, and people really make it awkward and weird just because it's not within the norm that they are used to. This is honestly the only reason. You know? That is the only reason that people have this schematic inside of their mind, and when they see something that is not according to that, they feel awkward. Oh, okay, we're gonna take a look at it. Since we're on that bathroom groove, is it safe to watch this link? Are you giving me a safe link, Socialix? I trust you. I'm gonna trust you with this. I'm gonna trust you. Spoiler alert for Dead Space. Toilets. Okay, I guess this is both a spoiler alert as well as a trigger warning. Toilets. There are gonna be toilets. Be warned.
I'm here trying to show you why Dead Space, the new game that they made as a remake, is something that you should not support if you care about stuff like your mom or your dad,
True.
future of space,
True.
pretty much just everything in the whole world, you know? I really
True.
love the first Dead Space. I wanted to love this remake, but I just can't. It's woke. It's an obvious piece of Marxist propaganda trying to get you.
I hate Marxist propaganda. So let's listen to the video and learn why. You know? Let's learn why, because if there's anything I hate, it's Marxist propaganda.
To buy soy sauce and put it in
And you know that I hate wokeness, so
soy milk and stop you from buying Sports Illustrated
I do like soy milk.
edition, not the actual sports ones. It's okay to watch sports on TV, but looking at pictures of guys playing sports actually lowers your testosterone. Just take a look at this. In the original Dead Space,
Wait, it does? Wait, hold on. Looking at guys playing sports on pictures lowers your testosterone level? Should I do it as part of my HRT? Is this a hint? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think he's being very serious, and so am I. I think we're both being serious. I just think you're unable to. I just think you're not able to grasp our genius. You know? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think he's fighting wokeness just as I am. True. True. I think this person's fighting wokeness just as I am.
Isaac sets an explosive that goes off right in his face because he's a man and men can do that. In the remake, he has to hide behind cover like a pansy. So, if he's not acting like a man, what is he? A woman?
True.
Supposed to accept that Isaac Clarke is now a woman? Well, I'm sorry, but I refuse to accept that. I'm tired of all this stuff.
I refuse to accept that either, even though, technically speaking, I have never finished the original nor the remake of Dead Space. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. I have never finished either one of those games. Don't be mad at me. But I have finished many games.
Being jammed down my throat. And if you are too, support me on Patreon to help me continue the fight against the people who are trying to ruin our society by
True.
making us think that a man wouldn't take an explosion to the face.
True.
Did you know that the bathrooms in Dead Space Remake are gender neutral? Yeah, apparently
Oh no.
years from now, the woke army has completely taken over. And I don't know about you, but in 500 years, I don't want to be sharing my bathroom with people who aren't normal. And I don't expect to be.
True. True. Well said. I don't want to do it either. The woke army.
Because they're not going to win.
True. I will defeat them.
Do this forever. Have you ever seen that communist propaganda movie RoboCop?
I have seen it. I've actually not only seen the propaganda movie RoboCop, but I have seen its remake as well.
Hi. Did Did you know that in the first part you can see the locker room in the police station and there's a lot of dudes in there? They're showering. And then bam, you see women in the same room. One of them isn't even covering her things above her stomach, and everyone can just see them. Why is there not a separate room for the ladies? RoboCop, like Dead Space, takes place in the future, so again, they're telling us that there's no separation between a man and a woman.
True.
Bad for the normal policemen in this movie. Never mind the fact that they're getting shot and killed every day, but can you imagine what it's like to have to go home and tell your wife that not only do you have to share a bathroom with guys that aren't normal like you,
True.
you also have to see naked women? I'd much rather tell my wife that I've been looking at naked dudes.
True.
And how about Starship Troopers? Another movie in the future. And this time it's soldiers and they all shower together.
It feels like a propaganda piece, doesn't it?
Men and women. It's so wrong to do this, and it's dangerous. If something horrible happens to the ladies during these showers, it would be the fault of the woke army for making this situation happen, instead of it being the ladies' fault like it usually is.
True.
Directors of these movies really should just get together and make the ultimate woke disaster film so we can all laugh at it. That would be great.
True.
Well, what was I talking about?
Woke disaster movie.
Today, I can't.
Like the Disaster Artist. You know that movie?
Was
The Disaster Artist?
Dead Space. There's these signs all over the Ishimura showing people working with non-white people, and it's just so offensive, you know?
True.
Posters from the original that had 2 white people on it are now changed to have non-white people. It's all over the place, man. And maybe you didn't notice this, but there isn't a single non-white corpse in the entire ship. Every single dead body is a straight white man with a family.
True.
My Patreon, so we can fight against all this hate. In the medical area, they've added a poster.
I actually really want to play Dead Space now. So, while we're going through this masterpiece of a video, can you tell me if I were to play Dead Space at any time in the future, should I play the original first? Or should I skip it and just play the remake? Play the original first or skip it to play the remake? I can get over the rustling of the grocery bag. Nice. So, tell me as I take a bite of my dinner. Should I play the original first or should I just skip it? Is it worth playing both or should I just play the remake? I'll skip the original. Write in the chat what do you think. Or do you not have an opinion? Okay, let's continue. Oh my gosh, the page had an error for a second there.
And it's not something they changed, they added it because it was so important to have this.
If it's up to me, I would play both, but maybe people wouldn't really like that. That's a good point. I might ask President Sunday.
Poster advertising counseling services. Counseling? Men don't need counseling, okay?
True.
That's just more woke, feel-good propaganda trying to destroy the definition of man. Have
True.
you ever seen Mad Men? Back when men were repressing their feelings, everything was fine.
True.
Look at this. What the hell is this? Hero jelly? I thought it was offensive to make fun of the way Chinese people say hello. God, what a double standard. They probably don't care because it's jelly, and jelly is a vegan thing, so it cancels out the hero thing. It's nice to see that there's some barbecued meat on this ship, but look at these letters under the logo. They don't look very American, and I don't want my interplanetary mining job offering me some weird Indian food. I expect American food like pizza and sausages. Oh, and Swiss cheese. Have you ever had Swiss cheese? It's the best. Truly an American classic.
True.
They should rename it American cheese. And at the bottom of the poster, it says MMMM. And I mean, I don't really know what they're trying to say with that, but if you flip it upside down, it's 4 W's. Woke, 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 woke.
True.
They're barely even trying to hide it anymore. And the woke ruination of Dead Space doesn't stop there. Kendra Daniels is missing the big things above her stomach that ladies get. They know more big now. It was very distracting, and I couldn't enjoy all the nice graphics. I was so distracted that I almost didn't even notice the race swap on the guy that gets killed in the beginning. And that's unacceptable, because if I don't notice it, then how am I supposed to get mad about it and make these videos?
True.
This guy who looks, I don't know, he looks like he could be a normal person.
Oh my god.
Now an Asian guy, and they make him part of the story by having Hammond hallucinate about him. And yeah, okay, there was an Asian guy in the background of the original too, but he died and it went away, so it's fine.
It went away.
Now this guy dies and he comes back, which is just so ridiculous, you know? He shouldn't even be here in the first place.
True.
Asian people can't move in space. We all know this. They have chi, and that means they have to stay on Earth because it's connected to the magical spirits of their country. I find it shocking that the woke propagandists at EA Motive could get it so wrong. Okay, yeah, so that's Dead Space. Don't buy it. If you buy it, you're responsible for the future ending up exactly like Dead Space is showing it to be. Instead, subscribe to my Patreon and get hourly updates about wokeness in gaming. Thank you.
Hourly updates. That was great. Thank you for giving me this link. That was a perfect finisher to our little mini segment about bathrooms and wokeness. Stay alert, people. Stay alert. Is there anything more? Nope. That's all when it comes to mini segments. So if you've enjoyed this mini segment time, I would encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the bell, do all the things that people that like the creators do. Maybe even become a Patreon. maybe even throw a dono my way. I've actually got some pretty great gaming news for all of you. Some pretty good news from the 12th of May to the 14th of May. We will be able to play Diablo 4 as a part of a stress test. There will be a stress test of Diablo 4, and I plan to take part in a stress test of Diablo 4. Gabrielle, hello. I think stay woke or don't, since being awake is woke. True. Hello, Bluestone. Apologies, typing from a distance is quite a challenge. Typos will occur, it's okay. Gabrielle Thingy Majig. I think this is the first, although you have a subscription, so you must have been here before, Gabrielle. Alright, let us continue. Although someone should purge Bluestone's white name. We should purge all of the white names. White names should be forbidden. Hola. So now we're gonna go through the good type, the best type of white genocide. We're gonna go into a pretty serious topic right now, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I have not covered this before. I have been asked to cover this, or rather I have been suggested, you know? I have been asked to cover this. Let me see. Stream suggestions. And there we go. Copy link. I'm pretty sure you know what's been happening in Missouri with the trans law, with adults having to go through, I think, what is it, 3 years of therapy, what is like some ridiculous things to transition as an adult. So Missouri is shaping up to be the worst place in the world. And I just want to take a second, well, in reality, far more than just a second, to discuss this topic. All right? Also, before we begin, I would like to ask you for a favor, because to leave as many comments under the videos that I put out as possible, as it helps me immensely. That is actually a part of my how you call it, the advertisement scheme. Okay, let's go. Let's watch a video about Missouri. It's 24 minutes long, but I think it will be okay. Let's go. What's the title? Autism, Ableism, and Missouri's attack on trans rights. I think you're all familiar with what's going on in here. Yeah, content warning for discussions of transphobia, conversion therapy, ableism, eugenics, and genocide. True. Like, I've heard a bit about the whole misery thing. Yeah, we're gonna watch it now and we're gonna be sort of shocked and appalled by it together, I'm sure. This is going to be bad. Things are bad in Missouri. Things are getting worse in the US if they are so openly targeting not just young people, but also adults transitioning, right?
So, Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey recently announced an emergency rule restricting gender-affirming care. It goes into effect on April 27th.
An emergency rule.
The official document, and you can find it linked below. The argument is that HRT and gender-affirming surgeries are experimental and therefore...
Good for Gabby. Hello. Hi, good for Gabby. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're discussing a little bit of a sensitive topic right now. Also, I've seen conservative states do so much hateful and fascist things. Like we have done 3 or maybe 4 streams where we have actually pretty in-depth investigated the claims that gender affirming care is experimental. It is very much not the case. And I think I would like to, I've done this as a response to a Destiny claim that it is experimental. And I think it is high time for me to take at least a few days to put together an essay format video explaining the findings and sort of putting to rest that ridiculous claim that gender affirming care is somehow experimental. It is not. It is not experimental. And it is not new. It is scary. And that is why we must oppose it. We must fight it. When something bad happens in one part of the world, I think it is necessary for us to just band together and fight it together as an international community. I think the time has passed for isolated communities limited to their own countries. I think we must come together as a one international community. It is time. The time is now. I, for example, am in Poland and I'm ready to protest and fight what's happening in Missouri. And I think we should unite and fight any sort of evil that is happening around the world. We cannot be indifferent. Do not be indifferent.
We're subject to restriction under the Merchandising Practices Act. Now, this rule uses a lot of very careful intention masking language, as well as some very pointedly biased sources. And I'm going to explain both how it does this and why. First and foremost, it's important to stress the problems with the questionable sources that this document actually uses. 2 major red flags are the
We are, and we do have to be. There is no being isolated anymore. For example, the far right is a very international project at this point. Yeah. We sort of have done a bit of the work by looking at a lot of studies, a lot of articles that have demonstrated that gender affirming care is neither new nor experimental.
Conclusion of Davida Singh's 2021 paper, in addition to Lisa Lippman's textbook example of selection bias. For those not in the know, Lippman's work is the origin of the phrase rapid onset gender dysphoria.
A ridiculous phrase, okay? Rapid onset gender dysphoria is a made up thing. Like, and of course, conservatives are using the same arguments that I have been using for years. They are using the same arguments that I have been using for gay people and any other group that they do not like. And they will, of course, continue doing so. Because it's the only thing that they know how to do.
Largely the inspiration for Abigail Schreier's book, Irreversible Damage.
Yeah.
Both of these works have received massive criticism for being unscientific, pathologizing, and generally just harmful.
Yeah.
Failed to survive peer review, not because it was critical of trans identities, as many people would have you believe, but because the methodology was, quite frankly, atrocious.
Yeah, garbage.
But one of the more obvious ones is that the structure was self-report from parents of transgender children specifically recruited through anti-transgender websites.
Yeah.
Lippman's work and Schreier's book have both been debunked.
If this is not biased, then I don't know what is. Like, this is the definition of bunk science, you know? Ridiculous.
Countless times over. I've linked a methodological review of Lippman's work down in the description, and I highly recommend Cass Arris's analysis of irreversible damage for a psychological perspective on the book. The Singh study...
This is really good stuff. This is really good stuff.
...is frequently referenced by anti-trans hate groups and legislators. The specific statement that they love to throw around is that over 85% of youth experiencing gender dysphoria desist in that experience.
From what I understand, this group of people that quote-unquote desist is just... It's not people that experience gender dysphoria, but people who are gender non-conforming in any way. I wonder if this is going to be it. I wonder if this is going to be about the group that is gender non-conforming in any way, if we're talking about the same thing or not. There's the issue American evangelicals either don't believe in science or worse, they attempt to bend it to fit their actual fairy tale claims. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I know.
I say 85%, but I have heard them say 80%, I have heard 85%, I have heard 88%, and I've even heard 90%. Apparently, nobody has actually read this study and can get the number correct. Now, my guess, based on this and many other things, is that many of these people have not actually read this study, but even those who have don't seem to understand, or at least are not really willing to acknowledge that the way...
I wonder... I really wonder if this is the same thing that I'm thinking about, that they were checking with people that were gender non-conforming. And being gender non-conforming is not the same thing as experiencing, dysphoria. Like, it's not the same thing at all. If you're a cis guy that, for example, just happens to like painting your nails, it doesn't necessarily think that you're trans, right? It doesn't think that you're experiencing gender dysphoria.
Desist was defined in this particular work was dubious at best. Laypersons are led to believe that participants were recorded as desisting if they stopped experiencing gender incongruence. What actually happened was that participants were recorded as desisting if they stopped participating in the study, responding to it for whatever reason, or made a mistake on their paperwork. It's not that they were identified as trans, they were just no longer in the study or recorded correctly. Examples of people marked as desisters include those who...
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? This is pretty dishonest, to put it lightly. And if I would not put it lightly, I would say that this is pretty shitty, but, I'm not gonna say it.
Switched to another health...
Okay, I will say it.
...provider, whose family moved from the location of the clinic and were no longer able to attend,
Okay.
participants who withdrew from the study because they were uncomfortable with the behavior of the clinicians/researchers,
Okay.
participants who underwent a legal name change, which is extremely common for transgender people,
Right.
and participants who just no longer
I mean, I think most trans people. Well, okay, maybe that's not the case for all non-binary people, but for most people that sort of in the so-called binary trans group usually undergo the legal name change. Yeah.
to follow-ups, which is extremely common in population research in general. Singh's study was immediately criticized upon its release and should have been withdrawn for its embarrassingly irresponsible methods. The Missouri Rule references Singh's work directly, and at least 2 other sources that it uses cite Singh's work. Further relevant information is that Singh was a student of infamous conversion therapist Kenneth Zucker, who lost his practice here in Canada for violations of ethics that harmed countless people. One such example is a study that rated the physical attractiveness of boys with gender identity disorder. I swear I'm not making this up. That
I
is literally
see.
the title of the paper. More on
Wait,
another day. What you need to understand.
hold on.
Literally, I'm not making.
Physical attractiveness of boys with gender identity disorder? What?
This up. That is literally the title of the paper.
What is this paper trying to say? What is the paper trying to claim? I don't get it.
Zucker himself another day. What you need to understand for this discussion is that Singh was trained by this monster, and so it's very, very likely that a great many of the people who left her study or desisted did so because of anti-trans attitudes. A properly conducted longitudinal study published about a year later by the American Academy of Pediatrics found that only about 2.5% of youth seeking trans care eventually realized they were cis. 94% persisted in their binary trans identity, 3.5% identified as non-binary, and 1.3% explored other possibilities and eventually returned to their binary trans identity. But
Right.
people feel like this is wasted breath, because none of these legislators are actually trying to protect people from making medical decisions that they might later regret.
Yeah.
And they are certainly not trying to protect children. Rather, this is a blatant attack on the transgender community from people who believe that, in their own words,
transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
But I need to be clear about who this video is for, because I don't anticipate it reaching the eyes of Michael Knowles or people who agree with him. That is, people who hate us and want to see us
I think it's time to stand up and protest and fight. You know?
disappear by any means necessary. Rather, this is for the fence-sitters, for people who are resistant to the idea of calling current events in the USA trans genocide. For people who see the restrictions around our healthcare and either agree or at the very least see the point. Who
I cannot believe that there's still pretty big public figures, pretty big streamers, content creators that still insist that no trans genocide is happening. I just cannot believe that this is still happening.
sincerely think that it is about protecting people from making irreversible medical decisions that they might later regret. I need you to know that you are a pivotal population here, and I need you to listen even when it's uncomfortable. I need you to walk away from this with a clearer understanding of how people like you are, dare I say, being groomed into complacency, and why you should be
True. Groomed into complacency. That is a very good way to put it. I am once again going to return to the 11th commandment of the survivor of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the death camp, Marian Turski. The 11th commandment, do not be indifferent. Thou shalt not be indifferent. Because, as he said many times during many speeches, Auschwitz, the death camp, did not fall from the sky. You know? Like, he explains how bit by bit things were taken away from Jewish people. He explained how Jewish people were restricted from the parks and they thought to themselves, it's not a big deal, we can just go somewhere else. They were excluded from going to the swimming pool and they thought we can just swim in the lakes. Jewish children were excluded from playing with non-Jewish children, and they thought our children will just play alone. But this sort of normalized step by step the idea that there was a group that could be discriminated against, that there was a group that could be hated, and that things could be done against, like taking their rights away. It was grooming people into complacency, right? Groomed into complacency. It is normalizing indifference. That is what it is. And we cannot be indifferent. Do not be indifferent. You know?
Really angry about it. For a more detailed explanation of the United States transgenocide, please watch this video by Council of Geeks once you are done here. What I would like to do in this discussion is use what is happening in Missouri as an example of how bigots breed compliance. Because a ban on transgender care is a ban on transgender people, and no amount of dressing it up as protecting youth can or should hide the true motive of making us disappear. The language that these legislators use is set up to make it look like real trans people can still access the care they need, just with reasonable regulation. But
yeah, like 3 years of therapy, and I think this person is gonna talk about those reasonable regulations, quote unquote, and I think we will see just how ridiculous those are very, very quickly. Okay, we're gonna see very fast that reasonable has nothing to do with this.
Plausible deniability. I'm going to explain how this language is vague enough to be a total ban on transgender care without being explicit, and by extension, how otherwise well-meaning people like many of you watching are misled into permitting harm against us. First and foremost, there are a couple reasonable requirements in Bailey's Rule, which is part of the deceit. It's kind of a sympathetic cover for weaponized restrictions, but let's go over them briefly. Before providing gender-affirming care, medical professionals must both provide a list of potential negative side effects and information about gender dysphoria, and obtain and keep on file informed written consent. Now, both of these are perfectly understandable. It's important.
Those things are already a thing in Poland, by the way. Number 1 and number 2 is already a thing that is happening in Poland when it comes to gender-affirming care. I went through 1 and 2.
Important for patients to have well-rounded knowledge of hormones or surgery. People should be warned about side effects in advance for any medical treatment. Even over-the-counter pharmaceuticals have warning labels. Being fully informed is a key part of consenting to care. Having written documentation of a patient's understanding and acceptance of the risks is just responsible practice. Described in these 2 requirements is the informed consent model. The medical provider informs, the patient consents. Nice and simple. HRT can have unwanted side effects because hormones can have unwanted side effects. It is very strange to me the way transphobes talk about the damage of hormones done to trans bodies by describing things that happen to our cis counterparts as well. Things like male pattern baldness, mood swings, skin changes, to name but a few. It seems to come from this idea that trans bodies are malfunctioning or reacting abnormally to synthetic hormones when unwanted side effects are experienced, or even when warned about side effects are experienced. Never mind the fact that cis people have adverse reactions to their own hormones all the time and don't necessarily love every single change that comes along with the puberty they go through. I actually had an incredibly painful hormonal disorder before HRT that went away after I went on testosterone because it was caused by estrogen. Please just beware the naturalistic fallacy and remember that trans people have the same variety of reactions to hormones that cis people do.
I despise the naturalistic fallacy, by the way. I despise it so much. I don't think there's a thing that I hate more than that fallacy, than that particular fallacy.
Hormone therapy was quite literally invented because not every cis body functions perfectly, and many cis people required endocrinological care. But I digress. This is where things really begin to deviate.
And yes, everything has unwanted side effects. And it's about balancing what you want with the possible side effects. And also in many cases, there are ways of sort of preventing the side effects. This is an important thing to note as well. When doctors discuss side effects with you, they also discuss preventative measures for those side effects. So it's not that you are sort of, it's not that you're sentenced to those side effects. There are ways to circumvent them.
In accordance with Missouri's emergency rule, medical professionals must also track all adverse effects from any course of covered gender-affirming procedures for at least 15 years from the start of the intervention. Now, most doctors track their patients' health. That is not in itself a
Yep.
but this unique fixation on transgender people and the emphasis on adverse...
Like, for example, I can already tell you how this is looking for, in my case. I'm in Poland. So in my case, my doctor told me, I want you to come to me in 2 months from when you start the HRT procedure. And I want you to do your blood work again. I want you to do all the tests again. And we're going to see how your body responds to the treatment, right? And I quite bluntly asked the doctor, okay, so what happens if my body reacts negatively to the treatment? What are we going to do then? And the doctor's response was, if your body responds negatively to the treatment, then we're just going to have to figure out a way for it not to. We're just going to have to figure something out. Some sort of dosage or some sort of like a replacement that will not have that effect on your body, you know? Because this line of reasoning, I can see perfectly well where it is leading to. This language that this person is describing, this person is called Swolsome. This line of reasoning that Swolsome is describing is basically probably if doctors see negative effects, then the whole thing is discontinued under the law because of negative side effects. And for example, my doctor said, if your body reacts negatively, then we will have to adjust the treatment so that your body does not react negatively anymore. Does that make sense? That would be the sensible thing for the doctor to track the course of your treatment. And if something goes wrong, it will be adjusted so that the bad thing is not happening anymore. That's the sensible way of looking at the process. At any process, really. Medical process, right? Does that make sense? I think it makes perfect sense.
effects. That's where the red flags come up. Because
Right.
the Missouri rule offers exemption to cisgender individuals accessing puberty blockers or gender-affirming care. But if these medications are unsafe and experimental, why is it only trans people who can't access them?
Right.
Part of the justification for this rule is the possibility of side effects from puberty blockers, yet cis children experiencing precocious puberty are still able to access them. Very strange. One would think that if the medication itself were the problem, no one would be able to access it rather than a specific population.
True.
Where things take an even darker turn. Here are the other requirements for trans people to access care under this order, the ones that push it
Oh, yeah.
restrictions to an outright ban. At least 3 most recent consecutive years of a medically documented, long-lasting, persistent, and intense pattern of gender dysphoria.
This is for adults as well.
Toward recognition of gender incongruence rather than gender dysphoria as a hallmark of being trans is because not all trans people experience gender dysphoria. And of those who do, not all people experience it the same way. So, persistent and intense according to whose definition?
True.
Gender dysphoria for some looks like constant, intense hatred toward their bodies. For others, it might be bouts of depression. For me, it was constant, low-grade dissociation punctuated by moments
Yeah.
of utter hopelessness and total shutdowns. Gender dysphoria as a requirement for accessing transition care is
That is true. That is actually true. Like, those are good points. And this is clearly a law created out of sheer bigotry. Like, there's no going around it. Like, you could actually end it at this weird exception for cis people. Like, in my mind, that's all you need. But we're gonna continue. But this is ridiculous. This is extremely ridiculous. And the argument that it's about protecting kids and that adults can do whatever they want falls. Like, it crumbles like a house of cards when you consider that this whole 3 years of consistent, intense dysphoria is a thing. This is a requirement for adults, not for kids.
helpful for this reason. It is a separate diagnosis experienced by some, but not all transgender people.
Right,
The
yeah.
only way to know if someone is experiencing gender incongruence is to trust their self-report.
Yeah.
Requiring a diagnosis of mental health distress that not all trans people experience, and of those who do not experience in the same way, is pathologizing someone's very being. And I'm sure
Yeah.
that I, as a Canadian, do not need to explain to my largely American audience how incredibly vile it is to require 3 years of specialized medical documentation just to access a prescription. Have fun getting
True.
insurance to cover that. The price alone will ensure that many people don't get it. The next requirement is an annual assessment determining whether or not the patient continues to have gender dysphoria. Note the continues there. That is the actual language used in the order. So we've already talked about the problems of using gender dysphoria as a metric, but even when someone is experiencing it, this wild thing tends to happen, which is that dysphoria goes away as somebody progresses in their transition.
Yeah.
Every major medical association supports the use
I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you start the process of change, dysphoria can give way to euphoria, right? Because you're thinking of the changes that will happen here. Like, that makes perfect sense to me.
gender-affirming care is because it works. It is an effective treatment for gender dysphoria and is associated with increased well-being for trans people in general. Which begs the question, would trans people who actually managed to jump through all of these hoops lose their care when they were no longer mired in self-hatred? To access transition resources, do trans people need to...
According to this order, the answer is yes. According to this order, the answer is yes.
stereotype of being tormented and unhappy, of desperately wanting to be cis? Honestly, just very confused by this one. It seems to imply distress is a requirement and that transition care doesn't do what it is literally intended and demonstrated to do. But moving on, the next requirement is a minimum of 15 hour-long psychological assessments within 18 months of each other, assessing the patient for any mental health comorbidities. And expanding on this, medical professionals must treat and resolve any comorbidities such as depression and anxiety before access to gender affirmation care.
This is ridiculous because treating things like depression can take years.
Is granted. Again, we have the issue of forcing people to pursue expensive intervention that many people will have to pay for out of pocket, which means a great many of them simply will not be able to get it. But there is an intentional trap that's been set here, because anxiety and depression are often the byproducts of gender dysphoria, not necessarily the cause of it. For people whose comorbid mental illness is a result of gender dysphoria, this is ensuring that they cannot resolve it. And for people whose mental illness is a result of being a trans person living in a deeply transphobic world, for example...
And also, if you're depressed from your dysphoria, you cannot get the treatment. But if you don't have dysphoria, you cannot continue the treatment.
For example, a state where the Attorney General literally bans them from accessing healthcare, guess they're trapped too. This isn't how mental health works. Mental illness is not something you run a course of therapy on and then resolve. All this is doing is encouraging mentally ill people to try and hide their symptoms and suffering lest it bar them from accessing healthcare that they need. Care providers must also ensure at least annually that minor patients are screened for social media addiction and compulsion and
What?
not exhibited it for at least 6 months prior to accessing gender affirmation care. So I actually have something very helpful here, which is a list of every North American born after 2005 that doesn't exhibit some level of social media addiction or compulsion and hasn't in the past 6 months. I'm going to pop it up on the screen here, so feel free to pause if you need extra reading time.
Wow.
So basically, if a teenager has the normal social patterns and behavior of a teenager, that is sufficient reason to deny them healthcare. Associated with this is the push to ensure at least annually that the patient's gender identity...
This is so ridiculous. And the worst part is, like, I wish this was a parody video. I wish this was fake, like the, you know, like the Dead Space video. I wish this was fake. This seems like a malicious grouping of Catch-22s. Yeah, well, because it is. You know, because it is. Also, hello, Shai Hulud. Hello. Remember, most people writing these anti-trans laws are not doing this because they're stupid. They are doing because they're evil. Yeah, and they know what they are doing. They know perfectly well what they are doing. Like, if you're depressed from your dysphoria, you cannot start your treatment. But if for some reason your dysphoria goes away, you cannot continue your treatment.
Identity is not the result of social contagion. We've already talked about the Littman study, which is where a lot of this comes from.
Also, the social contagion is unproven. This is not the... This is the Missouri. This is the Missouri emergency law thing. This is not Tennessee, this is Missouri. Things are getting worse, and it's time for us to stand up and protest, stand up and fight, quite frankly.
So let me explain it in a different way. This chart gets shared around a fair amount. It's illustrating that once social systems stopped punishing left-handed people for existing, rates of left-handedness spiked. We saw this with gay people as well, but I have yet to see anyone pushing anti-trans propaganda actually engage with the talking point, which is that when you stop stigmatizing a specific feature, people who have that feature come out of hiding. There is no transgenderification beam jumping through screens at unsuspecting cis children. It is simply...
Yet there is no social contagion. It is a made-up thing. There is no proof of it. None at all.
Trans children now get to see people like them existing and know that they have a place in this world. The alternative to this is spending their youth feeling like they don't belong, like they are broken, like they can never truly be themselves or articulate why. And we know this because there are generations of us who came before that lived through exactly that. My teen years were spent dissociating and crying myself to sleep because I didn't have the language to communicate what I was going through. I didn't know that people like me even existed. So I'm going to keep saying it until it sticks. You can make transgender children feel safe and loved, or you can make them feel scared and isolated.
Yeah.
But you cannot make them cis. Trans adults are living proof of this because the vast majority of us were subjected to aggressive societal conditioning trying to make us cis, and all it did was make us miserable and rob us of precious time as ourselves. You might say it did some irreversible damage. Please do not be your child's first bully.
True.
Please do not stand idly by while other people hurt them. On the surface, what transphobic lawmakers want you to believe is that the scrutiny of a parent's social contagion is about protecting poor, confused youth from being transed by their friends. But trans people are not made trans by sharing company with each other. We are, however, made to feel more normal, more included, and more comfortable with ourselves. So turning critical attention on our connections to each other is intended to deny us that empowerment and sense of normalcy.
Yeah.
Which means trans youth will either need to hide their friendships or cut themselves off from one another. The consequence, intended or otherwise, is that it will drive them...
Isolation. Yeah.
And as we know, isolation tends to exacerbate anxiety, depression, and other comorbidities they will have to resolve before they can live authentically. I really hope you are seeing the unending loop of bullshit here. There is no working around this stuff.
Yeah.
Take the care away, the kid gets depressed, kid can't access care because they're depressed.
Yeah.
Just this level of stigma alone is enough to cause depression and anxiety, especially...
And then even after that, when the care starts and the dysphoria, aka depression, goes away, then the treatment is discontinued from what this law is saying.
Now, just about all of these have layers of ableism and dehumanization to them, but this last one is the icing on the cake. Because prior to receiving gender-affirming care, patients in Missouri must be screened for autism. Let's address the elephant in the room. I am both trans and autistic, which should grant me some level of expertise in assessing this topic, but I know that there are people who are going to see that and
Also, I have been tested for everything before I could begin basically anything, including autism.
use it to dismiss
So Polish healthcare, when it comes to this, has elements of this law. You know? For example, if it came out during my if it came out that I had autism, for example, during the tests, then I have no idea how my gender care would have went. Like the tests showed that I don't have autism, but what if I had? What would have happened? I bet most, like,
my insight.
and yeah, you're right, fake Alec Kyle Parker.
I'll just say, if you're sitting here thinking, this guy is biased. Yes. Yes, I am.
I mean, it's hard not to be biased, of course.
Biased by my own personal experiences, forcing me to analyze these topics in ways allistic cisgender people have never had to. And they are biased by their lack of personal insight. Humans are biased. With that out of the way, let's discuss the layers in this one. For those who don't know, autism assessments are incredibly inaccessible to the people who are actively seeking them. To have one as a requirement to access unrelated medical care is just an attempt to introduce another financial and temporal barrier. But that's not even the worst of it, because the ableism is so blatant. Because why is that relevant? Like, what happens if the person who is seeking gender affirmation care turns out to be autistic? Clearly,
Yeah, you're right, Shai Hulud. Yeah. I think this is grotesque for anyone in in any context. It is so blatant, right?
this is going to be used as grounds to deny them access. This is pushing the idea that autistic people are less capable of making decisions about our own bodies as allistic individuals are.
Yeah.
It is also pushing the idea that autism is something that can or should be cured, a comorbidity to be resolved. That by extension, being trans is something that should be cured, or at the very least is a less real and valid experience when it's had by an autistic person. That inside every autistic person is an allistic one that just needs to be found, and that being trans is something done to cis people, and not simply another way to be human.
Right.
We are not deviating from a template. Humans do not have templates.
True.
We were meant to be, and our struggles are a direct result of the people who do not understand that. Autistic people do not stop being autistic. So let's just pretend for a second that autism is the cause of gender incongruence. It's not.
Let's see. I am Mexican and awesome. The awesomeness part comes along with being Mexican by default. True. True.
But let's pretend for argument's sake that it is. So what? We're going to be autistic forever. So even if it is the driving force behind gender incongruence, it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't matter. And I think this is one of the more disgusting parts of it. To me, the whole screening for autism, I think this is one of the most disgusting parts of this law. You know?
I am Mr. Talk It Out Nicely. That is just how I am. I find it to be...
I know a lot of people on the spectrum that also happen to be trans. And to imply that they should not have received the care that they needed because they are on the spectrum is quite disgusting.
Most effective. I genuinely care about other people, and I think that it's just the way that I like to approach the world. But quite frankly, my blood absolutely boils when I think about the implications this has for autistic people who are nonverbal or less able to express themselves in more traditionally neurotypical ways.
Yeah.
I can take a stand against abuse like this in ways that neurotypical people can access and understand. They can't. To make
Yeah.
matters worse, mental health diagnoses categorized as intellectual or developmental disabilities, as autism often is, can make the process of immigrating a lot more difficult. This is certainly true for Canada, as our current Immigration Act requires rejection of applications from anyone with a disease, disorder, disability, or other health impairment that could place excessive demand on
I
health
will have to look into how it looks in Poland. But this seems ridiculous to me.
or social services. Given that the Canadian healthcare system is currently under massive strain due both to poor policy and the ongoing pandemic, conditions are primed to be very liberal with rejection. Once again, blatant ableism, and in this case, a potentially massive barrier for any transgender US citizens who may be seeking to immigrate to Canada if attitudes against them continue to escalate. And this is where I need you to take a deep breath and really, really try to understand. Because instrumentalizing ableism in this way is a hallmark of genocide.
Yep.
It is meant to garner support from people
It's
who
true.
raise an eyebrow at words like eradicate, but don't fully understand the foundations that eradication is built on. There has never been a time where disabled people are not subject to eugenics and thus always targets in cases of genocide. And before you scoff at me for saying such a bold, sweeping statement, there are some really important definitions that I think you should know. Eugenics is split into two types, positive and negative. Positive eugenics describes the propagation of traits deemed desirable, where negative eugenics describes the removal of traits deemed undesirable. Both are problems, but the latter is the route to genocide. Negative eugenics, that is, the effort to eliminate so-called undesirable traits, can be either active or passive. Active would describe things like forced sterilization and even murder, eradication, while passive describes efforts to literally and or socially isolate undesirable traits. Often this is accomplished through institutionalizing or pathologizing the people who possess them. Many able-bodied neurotypical people are trained their entire lives to believe that disabled people are simply less entitled to existence, that they have lower life qualities simply because of who they are and not because of the callously inaccessible world that they live in, and that for some reason, a lower quality of life means less of a right to live it. This is part of the reason why disabled people are central targets in genocide. The powers that be will assume the general population will be more inclined to lean into the bias that they have been conditioned to hold, rather than see the actual human beings who are fighting for their inclusion and survival. It is a litmus test. Ableism is such a reliable, widespread, and often unconscious form of discrimination, it is almost always step one in assessing a population's apathy and disregard. Predators target the most vulnerable. The fact that monsters like Andrew Bailey have the audacity to claim that this is about protecting people is beyond sickening. And these tactics, meant to fool otherwise good people, should make all of us incredibly angry. This is just one example.
And it should make us rise up, quite frankly.
Of literal hundreds. I chose it to illustrate how these traps are set right beneath our noses. You yourself might not be hateful, but it doesn't matter, because the loud minority has more than enough hatred to cause unimaginable destruction.
Yeah. What matters is this. Are you indifferent? The moment you become indifferent, it doesn't matter if you're hateful or not. Once you are indifferent, genocide is allowed to happen. Hatred is allowed to happen. This should be scary for so many people, more people. Fascists won't stop with trans people. The queer community is next. Then on to political opponents and other minorities. True. Of course.
What they are relying on is the apathy of the majority.
The indifference.
The societal riptide is pulling us from progress. If you are not actively swimming against the current, you are moving with it.
Yes.
In these situations, silence is itself a statement.
True. Once again, this is why Marian Turski, the survivor of the death camp, is becoming rapidly a person that I look up to, because whenever he has an opportunity to speak, and he has had a lot of opportunities to publicly speak, he always says, do not be indifferent. Do not be indifferent to evil, because evil does not fall from the sky. It is very slow, step by step, creeping process, and you cannot be indifferent.
So if you have ever looked back at historical atrocities and said that you would be on the side of humanity, now is your chance to prove it.
True.
At the time of recording this, 496 bills targeting LGBTQIA+ people have been introduced across the United States, the majority of which are targeting trans people. So contact your state legislators, call out transphobia when you see it, and uplift trans voices.
Yeah.
US citizens, there's a link right at the top of the description for you to get started. For my fellow Canadians, follow the one right below it. I didn't want to talk about this. My channel isn't...
I'm gonna copy the link. I'm gonna put it both on YouTube. I'm gonna copy the link. I'm gonna click. We're gonna put this link in the chat. Because I know people from the US view my streams. There you go. This is important.
To help people from a positive place, to reach out, to encourage self-reflection and empathy. I don't like to dignify hatred by responding to it, but my trans siblings are being harassed, barred from public life, assaulted, and killed. I am disgusted by the disregard for and policing of our bodies, and I am heartbroken to see the visibility that could have helped me so much as a trans kid being twisted into a weapon to harm the trans youth of today.
Yeah.
This is not about protecting children. These lawmakers are openly in favor of all of the things that they accuse trans people of being guilty of. They have for years already been forcing surgeries on intersex children, including infants. They are actively forcing people through the wrong puberty knowing it will hurt.
Usually infants.
Them. They openly defend child marriage and disgustingly low ages of consent and have the audacity to call us groomers for just existing. And to talk...
Yeah. The child marriage thing is so disgusting. We could make several segments, several videos just on that topic alone. I'm honestly considering calling my state legislature rep, senator, and telling them to support trans rights, or I will personally primary, and sadly my honor does not allow me to say empty threats. Well, you don't need to do threats. You can put pressure in, like, don't do threats. There is a lot that we can collectively do through protest and pressure, okay?
Top it all off, they stand with fetishistic delight next to their right to bear arms while guns continue to be the leading cause of child death in their country. Drag queens reading books have literally never been the reason that children didn't make it home to their families. It is not, nor has it ever been, about protecting kids, and I have no patience for anyone still pretending that it is. If you're a parent of a trans child and you are watching this, do not let anyone convince you that having a miserable, broken, or God forbid, dead child is preferable to having a trans one. Your job as a parent is not to shape your kid into the person you want them to be. It is to love the person that they are. So love them. And if you are a trans person watching this...
I meant I will run against them. Well, you know. I think that is a fair statement to make.
I see you. And I think you are amazing exactly the way you are. You are not broken, you are not lesser, and you are certainly not alone. You deserve happiness and to be loved for your identity, not in spite of it.
Right.
These people would not be so aggressive in their lies and propaganda if our situation was hopeless. We have a future, and I expect to see you there. So keep going.
There we go. There we have it. Link won't go? It should be working. The link should be working. I'm gonna also link the original video. All the links are in the video description. So I'm gonna share the video. I think this is one of the most important topics currently for us. And yes, I think it is time for us to unite as an international community, as I've said before in this video. for us to stand up to hatred and to tell the so-called fence-sitters, as Swalsam has described them, do not be indifferent. Do not be indifferent. Because indifference leads to genocide. It does. It did so in the past, and it will lead to genocide now. All right? There we go. There we have it. If you think what I'm doing is important, if you think it is worthwhile, consider pressing like under this video, commenting below what you think of the current situation. Do you agree we should stand up? Do you agree a genocide is happening? Write your thoughts in the comments. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Ring the bell if you want to get notifications about incoming videos from me. Thank you. So this has been an important segment about trans genocide that has taken pretty extreme. It became really extreme in the form of this law in Missouri. And I just think we should do something about it. Now we have a little bit of a choice. I think I could run and win. Yeah, I think you could. Don't limit yourself, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Yeah, Missouri is pretty bad. So now we have a choice. Do you want me to react to a video? A react segment from Lucy Haze? Or do we want to jump into Resident Evil 2 and finish up that Leon scenario? Which will it be? Which will it be, everybody? Will it be a react segment, or will it be Resident Evil? The choice is yours, and I want to hear your thoughts in the chat. I want to hear your thoughts. React. Okay, one person said react, one person said react, one person said Resident Evil. Well, I would be making a check on our favorite I say we look at a picture of a pie. Of pie or a pie? By pie, do you mean the number? Or pie, or pie, the pie that you eat? If I want to react, then I would be reacting to our favorite person to criticize, Chad Logic, because I've said it before when there were not many people in the chat, but something really weird has happened. I'm gonna repeat it. You know how I've been struggling with my throat lately? How my throat has been pretty sore lately. You know that, right? So, by some weird cosmic coincidence, Chad Logic is actually having problems with his throat now. That's right. By some really weird quirk of fate, Chad Logic is actually also suffering from some throat problem, and you can really hear it in his voice. You know? There you have it. Lucy is a duck god. True. I am drinking water, and I'm taking some medicines for my throat. But yeah, it's like, I must admit that it's a really strange coincidence. He's your voodoo doll. True. You know what? If we're gonna react, then I'm gonna turn on my special react game. You know what it is. You know what my react game is. He is British, so it's not his fault he sounds strange. Well, what I mean is that you can really hear that he is having problems with his throat. I've never seen Lucy and Chad in the same room. That is true. We might actually...
Board book of Octavia.
And you might add that my British... Apparently my British accent is suspiciously good. So think of that what you will. My British pronunciation is suspiciously good, and me and Chad Logic have never been seen in the same room. That is true, random string. Maybe he's scared of the US annexing the UK. Oh, that is true. That might be happening. I'm gonna once again share the link to the page on YouTube. And then we're gonna do a quick check on our sickly friend, Chad Logic. Okay, we're gonna do a quick check. Let me let me move the settlers here. Okay. We don't want the UK. We have enough bigots. True. Where are you, Chad Logic? The far right is destroying itself. Where's the person that I was supposed to debate, but it never happened? Lav is so smart. When there's a video about Lav, I don't know who I will be criticizing more, Chad Logic or Lav. Usually it ends up being me criticizing Lav more, because Lav is by far a worse person than Lav is far worse than Chad Logic by any metric. Lav is a huge bigot, a huge transphobe. She is a pathological liar. And she has this weird relationship with the biggest creep on the internet, Mr. Girl. It's pretty bad, honestly. I'm gonna watch the video called Connor Responds on Lav Drama Following Harassment from DGG. Can spell Lav without L. True. Literally true. Doesn't he call her his internet daughter? He does. He does. Yes, he does. The answer to that question is yes, he does. It's creepy. It's weird. I don't know what to think about it. You know? I don't know what to think of it. Apart from the fact that it's just creepy. And I think it says something that when Lav makes a new ridiculous claim about Destiny, my first instinct is to just assume that she's lying. You know?
I also reject the premise that sending sex to Anna was necessary. I also received a DM from Destiny saying that if she came on, he wanted on, presumably so he could bully her off. He's called me buddy, pal, partner, princess, love. He sent me heart emojis. If you argue against me on this point, you're a f***ing idiot. And I'll just mute you or ban you from this channel. Lav is intelligent. I will stand by that over and over and over and over and over and over.
I mean, that is your opinion. You're welcome to your opinion about Lav being intelligent. I beg to differ. Maybe we just measure intelligence differently. I don't really think Lav is all that intelligent. There you go. I just don't think so. Wait, I made a mistake.
And over and over and over.
I don't think she's that intelligent.
I gotta be honest with you. My boyfriend's cancer battle was ruining my mental health, so I left him. Now I'm running a marathon in his honor. Okay. I'll see you this story, and I'll raise you this. 4 men gang raped, killed, and ate a protected monitor lizard. What the actual f*** is this headline? Yeah, right, that makes sense. Okay, I get it now. I get it. I have never seen a crime like this. Amazing. Anyway, I'm going to save my voice.
Bigotry against India from a person from the UK. This is pretty... Yeah. Do I have to remind Chud Logic that the British Empire has caused like over 50 million of people to die from starvation in India? And yes, Chud Logic does sound hoarse. I told you you can hear that there's something wrong with his throat. I've told you that by some cosmic quirk, Chud Logic is experiencing throat trouble. I don't lie.
4 men gang raped, killed, and ate a protected monitor lizard.
Unlike
Officials in India
Lav.
are investigating 4 men who gang raped, killed, cooked, and ate a monitor lizard in one of India's most protected forest reserves. It was the only monitor lizard in the park, and found photos and videos on their phones of them gang raping.
I don't know why this is so funny to Chud Logic. Chud Logic really finds the weirdest stuff to be funny. Look at his face like that. Now that's a thumbnail face if I saw one. Do you think this is a thumbnail face? Should I use this face somehow in the thumbnail? Should this be our thumbnail face?
Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you, Jess. Thank you for cleansing the white name. Thank you so much. I think this is a perfect thumbnail face. You can now use the special emotes. I should add more emotes. I should add more emotes. Do you want more emotes for subscribers? Should I give more incentive for people to subscribe with amazing animated emotes? I can make them happen, I would. Duck sharks, okay, I will do it. I can make animated emotes. I still can't get over this face. Somiostatic will create magic with this. Maybe I should make it bigger for Somiostatic. I haven't thought of that. I'm gonna make it bigger for a second. Just so that Somiostatic can... There you go. There you go. The face... The face is bigger. Yeah, more emotes. Good for Gabby. You should join the page. You should join the page and use the emotes. Like the nod, for example, is an animated emote that I have created just for the page. It is not available anywhere else. Alright, let's continue.
A monitor
Oh my
lizard,
god, they
and then
filmed
killing
it!
and eating it.
They filmed it!
Inside the market of miracle lizard oil that claims to
I sometimes feel like Chud Logic is honestly mentally 14 years old. Like, I swear I sometimes think Chud Logic is mentally stunted at the age of like 13 or 14. He gets so excited about things like this. Like, look how happy he is, like a little kid. He's so happy about this topic. He's so excited. He's like, oh jolly gosh, they filmed it. Jolly gee gosh.
give long hard erection.
So weird.
I have never seen a crime like this before, Division Forest Officer Vishal Mali told Vice World News. Inside the sad and disgusting black market trade in monitor.
I've noticed this weird pattern of the more horrible something is, the more giddy Chud Logic becomes. It's really a disturbing, it's a disturbing sight to behold.
Penis. While the suspects are out on bail, Mali said the photos and videos of the incident have been sent to a forensic lab to build evidence for the case.
Dude, what the actual fuck are you...
Am I the only...
Counterpoints video. I'm actually super fucking... listen.
Am I the only person that finds his reactions to those things really strange? Am I the only person that thinks that? Am I in the minority? Am I the weird one for not finding this funny? Maybe it's me. Maybe, you know, I'm sure that should Chud Logic react to this, he would just conclude or rather diagnose me as being autistic or something. Because it feels like Chud Logic's response to everything is autism. It really does feel like it. Whenever anyone does anything, Chud Logic's immediate response is to say that they are autistic. It's because DK is using Chud as a hand puppet. Do you know what the weirdest thing is about that? You want to hear the weirdest thing about DK Chud Logic thing? You can borrow my pass. Nice. Yeah, I know, but autism may be the superior human, but I still find the way Chud Logic utilizes the word autism to be disturbing at best and disgusting at most. And okay, I was about to tell a little bit of an anecdote about DK and Chud Logic. Chud Logic really feels like Chud Logic is cucked to DK, the editor. I saw just yesterday Chud Logic stream, and Chud Logic was sort of roasting Will and his channel and saying how horrible Will and his channel is, how stupid Will and his channel is. And someone in the chat wrote, mend the bridge with Will and his channel. And do you know what Chud Logic's response was? Chud Logic's response was, I think the one that should talk to Woon and his channel at this point should be DK. He made it about DK. I have no idea why. People in the chat said you should mend the bridge with Woon his channel. And Chud Logic response was DK should talk to him. It's incredible. It really does feel like DK is using Chud as a hand puppet. Like, it genuinely does. It's pathetic. Like, come on. You cannot mend a bridge without making it about your editor?
I'm honestly done with the fucking love shit, okay? We're gonna watch this and we're moving on.
Spoiler alert. He's not done with the laugh shit and he did not move on. He made another huge stream about it. He keeps saying that he is done with the quote-unquote laugh shit, but in reality, he will never be done with it because it brings him in record views. It brings him record money. So no, he might keep saying that he is over it, but he will milk it forever, basically.
All right, that's it. We're done.
Hello. No introductions today, and I just want to address the situation to make my position clear and explain the mindset and timeline from my perspective, and also specifically why my conversation with Lav is deleted at this time. I think a lot of people have inferred motivations because I've been silent while everyone else is churning out content, so we're going to correct the record. I'm currently running on 4 hours of sleep, but I drank a caffeinated beverage and can't sleep, so tough shit, we're making content that's either going to be fire or trash. We'll find out. I wanted to do an
Oh yeah, I saw that, yeah. How much Dingo footage can we expect in the Counterpoints video? What did he do? I think he took like a clip of Dingo's video and put it into his own and spoke over it. Is that right? Is that what he did?
But...
Cheeky maneuver.
Nobody cares.
So...
Don't waste our time, Chud Logic.
2 weeks ago. We talked about...
Was it a lot? I thought it was like 30 seconds, wasn't it?
About how Destiny was attracting mentally ill people and then rhetorically beating them up for an audience. My position was and is that when the bridges burn, he should use minimum amount of force necessary to achieve the desired result of no further contact with his spurned orbiters. We can land on different places for what the quote-unquote minimum amount of force necessary is, but I do not believe Destiny has the same moral system, and if you take the Anna, Mr. Girl, and Lav incidents as examples, I'm reminded of the Chud logic. You're a lol cow. You're a lol cow, Max, and I'm milking you. The desire isn't to end the relationship or the distress of his opponents, it's to turn them into a publicly humiliated fool so any of their criticisms are disregarded. I also reject the premise.
I mean, that is true. Like, is Chud Logic gonna just, like, try to say that it's not true? Is Chud Logic really gonna be like, no, oh, that's not true. I'm just making neutral observation. Of course, like, yeah, of course.
That sending sex to Anna was necessary. I reject accepting the friend request from Lav and shit-talking her was necessary. I reject that following her onto panels is necessary. So, when Lav and Mr. Girl are accusing you of...
Of course, keep in mind, Lav is, at the end of the day, a pathological liar. And to some extent, it is fair to set the record straight on her lies. I think.
I believe the appropriate response is, no, I'm not. And there isn't any evidence to the contrary. I'm a coomer bastard who flirts with everyone and who loves receiving nudie pictures from consenting adults, but I won't fuck up my content for some titty pictures or a hookup. That's stupid. To Destiny's credit, he has...
Sorry, what was he trying to say here? I mean, some of this I agree with, obviously, but what is he actually trying to say here? I'm a bit confused to what his broader point is, sorry.
You're a lol cow, Max, and I'm milking you. The desire isn't to end the relationship or the distress of his opponents, it's to turn them into a publicly humiliated fool so any of their criticisms...
Chud Logic has been called out. But that is what Chud Logic is doing here.
Regarded. I also reject the premise that sending sex to Anna was necessary. I reject accepting the friend request from Lav and shit-talking her was necessary. I reject that following her...
Sure, okay, but then, like, why is Lav trying to get in contact with Destiny in the first place? I feel like saying that is fair enough. And obviously the other thing I agree with, but the sex the friend request thing, it's like, well, could you not say to Lav, why did you friend request Destiny if he's such a fucking abuser of you? I don't know. I just think that's like, I feel like so much of this is, you know, a lot of this stuff gives so much generosity to Lav. And I'm like, why? Why are we fucking being so generous to someone who has repeatedly demonstrated they're not worthy of any, you know, intellectual generosity? It's kind of wild to me, but, you know.
Her onto panels is necessary. So, when Lav and Mr. Girl are accusing you of trading sexual favors for airtime, I believe the appropriate response is, no, I'm not. And there isn't any evidence to the contrary. I'm a coomer bastard who flirts with everyone and who loves receiving nudie pictures from consenting adults, but I won't fuck up my content for some titty pictures or a hookup. That's stupid. To Destiny's credit, he has said this. But I think that is a sufficient defense, and blocking the aggressors and allowing the internet to shit-talk your opponents constantly is fine. Literally 95% of the internet is constantly shit-talking Lav and Max, so to...
I don't agree with this. I actually take more the stance of President Sunday that this sort of lying from Lav could potentially be damaging, you know? Like, you think that 99% of the internet is laughing at her, but that might just be your perception, and she does have a following. So no, I don't think like the just blocking and letting the internet laugh is a sufficient thing. I don't think so.
That you have to ride out every time and meet them in rhetorical battle is incorrect. The battle...
She is... like, she's a well-known bigot that co-created, basically, was the main contributor to Mr. Girl's article/book. In my opinion, she is one of the worst people.
Battle is won.
But the thing is, okay,
in this quote-unquote space.
If it was just like saying he's an asshole or something, that's fine. Like that's what I think of as shit talking, right? Shit talking is saying like, you're an asshole, you're a fucking loser, blah 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 blah, whatever.
Blah 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 blah.
But like we're talking about like a specific claim off the back of this article that's just come out, which is a new claim, which is a factual claim that there was a deal that was struck of nudes for airtime. That's very different.
Exactly, a ridiculous claim, I say, because if this was true, it would have been in the article from Mr. Girl.
Just like shit talking. Do you know what I mean?
Firmly for Destiny and for DGG. During the show, I received a direct message from Lav asking her to come on because I was basically saying that her and Max were too mentally ill and too sensitive for the debate space. When I say mentally ill, I don't mean that as a dig. I mean that these people have some things that are wrong with them. I have a little bit of anxiety. I might have a little bit of post-traumatic stress. I'm an asshole. I'm a little bit bipolar sometimes, and manic and depressive and all that kind of shit. Sometimes that affects the way
I'm a little bit bipolar sometimes. I don't think Counterpoints understands how these things work. Okay? A bipolar disorder is not something that you are sometimes. It's a chronic thing. It's not something that you are sometimes. The Lavestigation continues. True, Arkel. True. To be fair, I am a big critic of Lav, okay? Mostly because of what a horrible bigot she is.
I produce content. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't produce content. That just means that I'm going to have niches.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. Missing the fact that a lot of streamers like himself would allow her to garner goodwill with their platforms in exchange for clout. That's one of the things and one of the reasons I think that it's so stupid to do this is it's quite clear from where I'm sitting, knowing Lav and having seen her operate in this space, what she's trying to do. And you're kind of playing into her games and playing into her hand when you let her come on and just basically whitewash herself. And
Gives me vibes of I'm so OCD sometimes and they just mean they wash their hands before touching food. Yeah, exactly. Like people really like trivialize quite serious mental disorders, that people struggle with by saying, "Oh, sometimes I'm a bit bipolar." Like it's actually quite annoying, you know?
And then make these allegations against Destiny to shit on him, And like I say, if it was just shit talking, it wouldn't be as big of a deal, I don't think. It's like talk to whoever you want. But when it's like factual claims and she's trying to whitewash herself and she's trying to garner a good appearance in front of like somewhat of a new audience somewhere, yeah, I just think that's kind of crazy to sign off on. But I mean, if Countervoice was to do that, inevitably that's up to him. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't talk to her or whatever. You can do whatever you want. It's your fucking show at the end of the day. But I think that's something that, you've got to expect some criticism for.
That play to my strengths and my weaknesses, and I do not believe that Lav and I do not believe that Mr. Girl are built for the debate space. That's what I mean.
Okay, that's true.
I also received a DM from Destiny saying that if she came on, he wanted on, presumably so he could bully her off. I think Lav, all respect given, is compulsively addicted to attention, both positive and negative. So I agreed to a one-on-one conversation at a later date so she wouldn't get bullied on the panel I was currently on.
It feels like Cowboy just mad because of the Twitter files combo.
Yeah, I think she's addicted. I'm willing to agree that she is addicted to attention. But that does not excuse the bigoted things that she does for that attention. I will tell you that much. It does not excuse it at all.
See, I keep seeing people say that. What makes you think that? What is it about this that makes you think he's mad about that still? I don't know if that's true.
I do not plan to ever let Destiny on my platform on at the same time as Lav for the sake of confrontation. I am tucking the content, hopefully, for both of their mutual benefit. So last Friday, I had a one-on-one with Lav, also known as Femoid. I wanted to take the temperature down. The entire internet.
Femoid. Great name.
I figured a chill conversation about random subjects might be the right change of pace for her to get away from Destiny as a topic. I was admittedly too chill in the conversation, and it seems like the chief complaint is I didn't push back or ask for clarification when she alleged that Destiny wanted to pay for play titty pics for stream air time.
Okay, so whilst fundamentally I agree with the principle that there's like all this talking of shit about Mr. Girl and Lav, sure, I agree in principle the idea that, well, you have her on and have a nice conversation, whatever. But like, I think sometimes when everyone, even people that don't like Destiny, are against these people, that's probably for a reason. There's probably a good reason for that.
It's not that people that dislike Destiny are against these people. Like in case of President Sunday, it's more like he is against the rhetoric of the people, right? The rhetoric of Mr. Girl. That's true, though. What is true? It's difficult for me to. It's difficult for me to say what you mean. Can you? What is true? What is true?
But that being said, again, I think if you want to just have a friendly conversation and
it sort of does mean something when people who are typically against Destiny are speaking out against these people. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. President Sunday basically said that Mr. Girl should have just torched the whole thing and given it to someone more capable. Heck, in a way, I'm an example of a person that is typically against Destiny, but when it comes to Mr. Girl and especially Lav, I will take Destiny's word over Lav's what happened in this whole debacle, you know? I guess I would be an example of a person like that.
Let her come on, and it's up to him at the end of the day. But it's kind of wild to me for it all to stack together. Bring her on to have a whitewashing convo. She can say whatever the fuck she wants, and she can make up new claims about someone. That's like just a bit too wild for my tastes.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not retarded and autistic, so I already knew what Lav was going to say. Or at least I understood it in a way charitably. But it's my mistake for assuming that you, the audience, DGG, specifically the parasocial Simpson DGG, and other creators are not retarded and autistic. So I'll explain my exact thoughts at that moment. Descriptively, a sex worker is leaving the industry in which she trades her body to thousands of consumers on a daily basis for pay. This might be a bad thing for her, but it is...
Feels like cope, to be honest. Feels like cope, copay.
Something that she is accustomed to, something that is normal for her. She makes a friend who is successful in a parallel career field who encourages her to switch over. During her transition, that friend asks her for sexy pictures. Consciously or subconsciously, the sex worker tells herself, well, I want to stop sending nude pictures to thousands of people to make a living, so if I send nudes to this one person who is highly connected, he will help me transition into this new career, and I...
Okay.
That is not what she said, by the way. That is not what she said. She said, and I quote, I felt that I was trading sex work for many people for sex work for one person. She said they had a deal in which Destiny would give her airtime for naked pictures or something. It was not about her perception of the situation. It was about a factual state of the matter. That is how she frames it. You know? Parasocial Sims is the most accurate description of Destiny's audience ever. True.
But does Counterpoints think that's what Lav was thinking at the time that it happened? Maybe he's going to get into it and I'm pause Andy and him. It's insane to think that was Lav's perspective based on the messages that exist.
No, it wasn't. And she's just making stuff up. Because that is what Lav does. And her current narrative is that they had an explicit deal. Pictures for airtime. Not that it was just some sort of perception. Okay? Her description of the thing was that basically they had a deal of pictures for airtime and that the deal made her think, I'm doing sex work. That is what happened. That is what she said. Okay?
Because the messages at the time, there wasn't a single fucking hint of any of this bullshit.
She tried to twist a joke about feet pics as to mean an explicit deal of some sort.
That she's now saying. You know, she even said things like...
So ridiculous.
After Destiny made it clear, you coming on stream is not about the sex stuff. She said, oh no, our friendship is developing very organically. It's great, isn't it? Like, this just feels like post-hoc rationalization.
It seems like compulsive lying. That is what I will call it. It seems like compulsive lying. Let's not mince words here, okay? I have dealt with compulsive liars in my life. And she does trip the flags for me. Maybe I'm super wrong. Maybe I will be proven incorrect. But for me, she trips the red flags of a compulsive liar.
Buying into. And he's actually...
That is my opinion.
This at the time. I don't know, man. This just seems like post-hoc cope of the whole thing, but...
will be able to escape my current situation.
It actually does.
Logical, straightforward, and understandable, even if that's not actually the situation.
No, okay, if that is logical and understandable, why are the messages at the time do not paint any...
It does feel like Cope from Counterpoints, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if it was Cope from him.
To that picture or that image of what is going on. Why is it only now, you know, ages after the fact, that after the article has come out even, that we're now having this post-hoc conversation and rationalization of this nudes for fucking airtime shit, which is a new thing that has not been present in any of the previous fucking stuff. It's wild. And then what was the rationalization of what was in the article? It was like, oh yeah, there's this bit in the article though that says about the Orbiter Club thing. That's like, it's complete bullshit. It's coming up with it now to try and cover for this new story that she's fucking concocted. It's wild.
I feel like I know Destiny well enough to understand his social and sexual habits. In our direct messages, he's called me buddy, pal, partner, princess, love. He sent me heart emojis and is overall just a friendly, kind of flirtatious guy. I don't think he wants to bang me, and I don't think that he wants me to bang him. I think this is a pattern of speech for how he communicates. Because he wants to be nice, number one, and number two, if someone flirts back, that might be a sign that they want to have a physical relationship with him. The platonic people can be playful, but remain platonic. The people who are interested sexually can proposition him since he is open with his sexuality.
That is quite the image. True. I went to the bathroom and I walked in on Yaoi. Well, you know. That is why Lucy's stream is the best stream. You never know. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you get. But you're always having fun, you know?
Destiny received openly sexual messages from Lav since the beginning of the relationship. It's not only possible, it is nearly a certainty that he believed that she was as sexually as open as he was. Not only that, but since she was instantaneously receptive to him requesting nudes from her, and he followed all the correct procedures for two adults having...
Also, I feel like this is a bit of a changing of the story too, because I'm pretty sure that Lav was quite openly flirtatious herself in this. It's not like Destiny had to tease it out of her. She was openly flirtatious, I believe, initially. And there's that video of her talking about wanting male attention. She's pulled the same thing with other content creators too.
A bag of revels?
To try and get some sort of like quasi-sexual thing going on.
Maybe.
Like, she's the kind of person that is going round being flirtatious with all these male streamers, and then
maybe
has concocted this narrative of nudes for airtime shit, you know.
True.
Yeah, like it's just completely bunk and doesn't in any way reflect
reality. It doesn't reflect reality, you mean?
I can't remember what the timeline is on how that worked. There was actually a post about this on the Mr. Girl subreddit, which...
Oh my gosh.
Anti-Mr. Girl jerk at the moment. But go off, sis. Here we go.
Another love lie, of course. She lies all of the time.
In the recent convo with Counterpoints, Lav claimed that she and Destiny had the...
And then there was this...
sort of sexual with each other.
And then there was this whole embarrassing tomfoolery discussion as well. Like, this whole thing with Lav is a mess.
Airtime, and later called it payment for stream time. Later in the conversation with tomfoolery...
It's just bizarre drama, to be honest.
But implicit. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. And she thought the implication was the phrase "Welcome to the Orbiter Club" that was sent on August 2nd, 2022. But during one of their therapy calls in March 2023, Lav
it's just bizarre drama.
Who caught the "Welcome to the Orbiters Club" thing during his investigation.
You okay, Chad Logic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just fucking crazy. I'm
Yeah.
glad that,
Just crazy. That's the...
just glad that you caught the things that you did.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like the Welcome to the Orbiters Club thing.
Welcome to the Orbiters.
I can't believe that.
I can't
That's
even
like,
believe that. Oh my god. It's so crazy.
teaser.
You caught that, the welcome. Like, it's... Oh my gosh.
She didn't even have an issue or thing with it at all. It wasn't until Max pointed it out to her that she then apparently thought that was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So how can she possibly argue that the Welcome to the Orbiters Club was evidence or a thing of this agreement they had, when it happened at the time, she apparently didn't really think much of it, and only when Max spoke to her, then at that point did she apparently have a problem with it.
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess.
This is the problem when you're like a dishonest person consistently, is you just end up wrapping yourself up in all of these lies and all of these pieces of dishonesty.
Yep.
So she didn't even think about the phrase's implication until Mr. Gaslight points out to her months after the conversation happened. Therefore, the implicit agreement didn't exist and she couldn't feel coerced to share lewds based on this phrase. It is even ignoring that Destiny explicitly told her that their previous sexual conversations don't have anything to do with her being on stream.
Yep.
She initiated these sexual conversations in the first place. Her first message included that she is wet. So yeah. Live, laugh, lie.
In a consensual sexual relationship, he
Guess
didn't
so.
think of their relationship as transactional. At least I have no evidence to that. These positions are not mutually exclusive, and pretending they are is fucking retarded. If you argue against me on this point, you're a fucking idiot. I'll just mute you or ban you from this channel.
Wait, what?
Messages from Lav since the beginning of the relationship. It's not only possible, it is probable.
Probable.
That he believed that she was as sexually as open as he was. Not only that, but since she was instantaneously receptive to him requesting nudes from
It doesn't mean that they had a deal.
procedures for two adults having a consensual sexual relationship, he didn't think of their relationship as transactional. At least I have no evidence to that. These positions are not mutually exclusive, and pretending they
No.
is fucking retarded.
No. Lav has explicitly said that they had an arrangement. Not that she only perceived it as an arrangement, okay? She described it as a fact of the matter arrangement. So this is just playing defense for her.
You argue against me on this point.
Well, but the problem is that, you know, it's the fact that it's the argument exactly that she thought of it like that at the time, when based on all the evidence that we've got, it's highly improbable and unlikely that she did think of it that way at the time.
Yeah.
And what's more likely is that she's concocted this story as another element onto her tale to make herself look more favorable.
True. A lie, in other words.
Lying about.
Yep. There we go.
Post hoc.
See? We are connected by the throat problem, I guess, which means that we are making both good points for a change. But yes, she is lying, in my opinion at least. That is what's happening in my opinion.
You know, it's sure, it's like maybe possible in some way, but it's far more likely that this is something new that she's concocted.
The Occam's razor. The Occam's razor.
Into account that the flurry of messages in regards to the Orbiter Club stuff apparently wasn't an issue until Max pointed it out to her.
Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot, and I'll just mute you or ban you from this channel.
Whatever.
Not the DGG subreddit.
Thank goodness I'm not on your channel. I don't care about being muted by you. I don't care much for you. And that's basically it. I don't care.
I don't have to read your 10-paragraph parasocial schizo post.
Based! Okay, I support him on that. Based.
Right.
Someone used to use...
Honestly, if you're writing out a fucking YouTube comment that's more than a fucking couple of sentences long to argue about this, I'd recommend just not doing it. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Because you're wasting your fucking time, alright? If you're like a content creator or you're whatever, or you're going to leave a little comment here or there, fine, whatever, right? But there was someone on our channel, what was it? It was like, it was actually our reaction, my reaction to his video, to Counterpoint's video about Destiny.
Okay, why do you need to waste time talking about it then? Move on. You don't have to make it a whole big deal to talk about on stream the long comments. If it's a waste of time to write a long comment, then it's also a waste of time to talk about it, okay? Take your own advice. Don't do it. I don't know what to tell you, Chad Logic.
And people were like, a couple of people were freaking out in the comments. Someone left a fucking essay, a YouTube essay about it. It's like, bro, it's not that fucking deep. Log off for a bit, man. What's your problem?
Using their sexuality as a tool for financial.
Well, we've moved on.
Using their sexuality for financial.
We have moved on successfully.
Powerful person who is very open,
Finally.
receptive to that relationship, unaware or uncaring of that person's motivations, is totally normal in a free society in which adults make decisions about who they sleep with, when, where, and why. And both parties have a bad taste in their mouth when their relationship sours. So what I did then, and what I wish everyone else would do, is ignore this part of their relationship. Lav is intelligent. I will stand by that. A full 70 to 80% of our
I'm gonna
sex, gender, relationship,
press X to doubt on the whole Lav being intelligent.
other frankly really cool topics, totally unrelated to Destiny. I really enjoyed that conversation, and will likely post the video without the Destiny drama, or with the Destiny drama removed. Lav will also be on the Heated Hippie tomorrow, barring any complications, talking about something completely unrelated to Destiny, and if Destiny comes up, I will push the conversation away from that topic. In the after show, no one will be...
Heated Hippie? Is that some rip off of the Hippie Dippy podcast? Is Counterpoint's making a Hippie Dippy rip off?
invited into the closed room. It will be a closed room, and if the topic turns to Destiny, I will either move the conversation on or I will end the show. I will not add fuel to the fire of this drama, and I have no intentions of either milking Lav or Destiny's personal pain.
Oh, wow.
I like Destiny.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
still like Destiny.
What a hero.
If he or DGG isn't a big fan of mine right now, I completely understand. I still consider him.
The only thing that I'm a bit, I think that's fair enough if he just wants to do. I mean, having Lav on is fine if it's not, whatever. It's up to him what he does with his show at the end of the day. But my concern there is I wonder if, some of the reaction and response to this, because I know how, demanding Lav can be, I wonder if, part of this is, being concerned about Lav's presence on his show, because she's very, famously very flaky, and I just wonder how much of this is, being influenced by that aspect of it.
A friendly professional peer and a friendly acquaintance. If I were his friend, though, if he were to DM me and say, Connor, you and I are friends now. Talk to me like a friend. I would say, stop having casual hookups. You cannot know someone well enough to know if they're mentally, socially, or spiritually sound in a short period of time. I would say, stop hooking up with mentally ill women, unless you're ready for them to blow up your life. I would say,
I mean, that's fair.
Your content, lost my place. And I'm not editing because fuck you, that's why. I would say your content is attracting mentally ill people to you and then destroying them rhetorically for a crowd. It's fun. I like it. It's good memes. But you are
Is it?
continue to pay dire social consequences.
Is it good memes?
You have the eye for an
I'm not sure about that one. I think there's a bit more of a broader thing going on there than just bringing mentally ill people on and destroying them for content. I mean, sometimes the mentally ill people become an essential part of the show and aren't really meaningfully destroyed. I mean, I guess we've got to see what happens with Karantos.
What a weird dynamic. What a bizarre dynamic. The whole Mr. Girl Lav thing is... I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I am your friend, but I will constantly interact with someone that calls you a sex pest. I mean, you've got to be... Look, I don't think it's reasonable to say that, you can never speak to Lav. And, if you want to speak to Lav, it's whatever. Do you know what I mean?
I don't want to speak to Lav.
If you're going to bring her on and let her talk...
No, thank you.
And going to let her whitewash herself and not really meaningfully criticize her, that's just, too much for me.
There are so many more interesting people, more educated people, more intelligent people to have on. Lav really is not all that interesting or intelligent. Let's be honest here. She really isn't.
They were calling Karantos a Chud Logic waiting room. No, that's not fair. Nah, come on. Karantos has surpassed me in many ways.
I'd say original language is more interesting than Lav, that's for sure. Yeah. I would say that actually.
But you know, I mean, if he genuinely is like not trying to instigate the drama and stuff, I mean, that's fair enough at the end of the day. Yeah, sure, you know, we can talk about the criticism of the conversation, but he's going to edit that part out. He doesn't want to flame it further. He's going to have a conversation on the panel that he's not involving Destiny. I don't know, fair enough. Well, I can't really say more than that on that.
An eye and tooth for a tooth moral system. I would also say that you are addicted to being in the moment, being in combat, and being in a fight or
To
flight.
being in the moment.
Seek out these combative scenarios, and this is likely related to a spiritual void in your life you should seriously consider. Maybe don't go after a personal god, but go on another mushroom trip and see what the spirits have to tell you.
Okay, this is getting a bit cringe.
Yeah, it is.
He was my friend. This is all the advice I'd give him. I don't know, man.
Hell yeah. It's my sincere hope that he and Lav can move past each other, and I think they would both be better for it, and frankly, at this point, so would the fucking content. So that's what I wanted to say to Destiny and Lav and to the audience, and now I want to address specifically the DGG Schizo Simps who were in my comments with that video. So
I honestly think at this point, from Destiny's perspective, it goes a bit beyond bad content. She's basically slandering him with accusations, okay? With damaging accusations. So, I don't know.
while I know replying to schizophrenics is not a good use of my time,
Yeah, I just don't. I could probably count the actual friends I've got in this space on like one hand or two hands, probably. You know,
Good for you.
I think that you just shouldn't view any of these relationships as
Good for you.
friendships and stuff like that. Really, you're better off just seeing it as at most like a professional relationship or something like that.
I'm running on.
Unless you support me financially, then you are my close personal friend, especially at the moment when I've got this.
Oh my god.
Okay, so hook me up. You know what to do.
4 hours of sleep. It seems like.
Oh my gosh.
And I want
So
to be
sad.
abundantly fucking clear. As I
So pathetic. I would never do something like that.
if I wanted to get stoned and have a
I would never ask my audience for a donation like that. I would never do such a thing, okay? I would never stoop this low by asking you to donate and subscribe and become a Patreon and all that good stuff. I would never.
casual conversation with Hitler about the threat of global Jewry, and it was my total contribution to that conversation was, gotcha, anything else, love you, be careful. I don't give a flying fuck what you think. And if you care so much about Lav as a threat to your parasocial dad, then why don't you fire up your fucking web camera and come to the debate space, you fucking pussy-ass cowards. 2. Someone said they couldn't believe I didn't push back on Lav after everything Destiny has done for me. I have repeatedly, publicly and privately, thanked Destiny for maintaining relationships with smaller creators, because while it does get uncomfortable at times, he helps vitalize the space. That does not put him above criticism, and that doesn't mean that I have to white knight for his fucking honor every time someone shit-talks him. Someone shit-talking Destiny in front of me, and me shit-talking Destiny, are two different things. You will notice...
Hey, I just... Thank you, Psycho Kage, for the $20. I just hate this framing of it. It's like, it's not just shit-talking.
True. It's slandering. It's slander, basically, from Lav.
Just that's what shit-talking is. But making a specific...
Hello, Rhinox.
...goes beyond shit-talking. Why is it getting framed like this?
It is bizarre. It is bizarre.
Bringing up the Harvey Weinstein again from a different angle.
Yeah.
The difference is that when they do it...
And, like, she is basically a pathological liar. Well, not basically. She just is. Okay? Lav is just a pathological liar. I'm surprised anyone is buying her narrative, like, at all. At any point. Like, this is the ridiculous part. That people even entertain it. The whole tomfoolery thing was just embarrassing. Like, unbelievable.
Their mouth will move. And if I shit talk Destiny, which to my recollection, I haven't at any time, you will notice it because my mouth will be moving. BGG likes to fall behind the veil of it's not harassment, it's criticism. But when you see the exact same comment over...
You know, like, people will hide behind this weird, oh, it was just Lav's perception of the situation. And well, no. She explicitly said there was an arrangement of Destiny basically saying that she needs to send nudes in order to get airtime from him. Which is ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. Especially the DMs that she tried showing to prove that points are ridiculous. The whole joke that Destiny made, which was, now I will feel less guilty about asking you for feed pics. That was just pathetic, quite frankly, to frame it as them having an explicit deal. Her story just isn't believable. Yeah, although I would probably use a little bit more strong language. Like, she genuinely trips all the red flags for me when it comes to dealing with a pathological liar. Like, her claims are more or less a Mott and Bailey. She said one claim that's outrageous and has now defended back to a more reasonable claim. Yeah, and then she goes back to the ridiculous claim again. Okay? She then goes back to the ridiculous claim again. Like, I'm just finding myself in disbelief about the whole situation. That there are people like tomfoolery that just, I don't know, mumble and bumble their way through it and say like, oh no, that was just her perception. No, it wasn't. Come on.
Over and over and over and
get a grip.
Okay, this is going to annoy me, I can tell already. Listen, if you don't...
Get a grip.
Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. I've got to be honest with you, this falls flat with me. I look like, yeah, listen, you...
Like, I'm one of the loudest critics of Chud Logic that there are. But when it comes to Lav, I will say that I just agree with Chud Logic on this one. Lav is a liar. She's lying on this. I think it's pretty clear. Okay? Like, this is the thing. When I'm doing a check on Chud Logic and the thing is about Lav, there is a high probability that I will just end up criticizing Lav a lot more than Chud Logic. Well, thank you. I love the way Lucy says Chud's name. Well, you know. I have my style of saying words. My own, you know, thing. But yeah, in this case, Chud Logic is just correct in assessing this situation. Yeah.
Comments are annoying, okay? Like I said the other day, we had a fucking essay or something. Now, fortunately, DK filters most of that, so I never have to worry about it. But
Not DK again. Like, I don't know how much experience Chud Logic has with pathological liars, but for me, Lav is just a classic case of that.
Okay, like, you literally don't have to read your YouTube comments. You just don't have to. You don't have to. If it really is that much of a problem, just turn the fucking comments off. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you can't stop yourself, like, yeah, sure, people are going to be fucking autistic in your comments. Just ignore them. And then by the third or fourth next video, it will all be forgotten and people will be commenting on a new one. It's always the way it goes with this stuff.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and
Hazy cells, Hazza cells.
So if all you have to do all day is worry about the sex life of another man and carve out the Cheeto crust out of your fucking belly button.
Like, there's the counterpoint thing, but the real embarrassing thing was honestly the tomfoolery discussion. The one that President Sunday had to chip into the whole thing. Like, that was just sad to behold, to see someone play defense for Lav so hard. Like, he kept saying that it's obvious that she wasn't telling the truth, but he kept sort of like dressing it up as, oh, but it was just her perception, when that was clearly not the case. Come on. Like, I such a logic praise President Sunday for coming into the situation and figuring it out so quickly, but honestly, this situation is not that complicated if you have two brain cells to rub together. Like, this wasn't a testament of President Sunday grasping the situation quick. It was a testament of tomfoolery, being utterly clueless about the situation. Like, I don't know. I don't think anyone should give Lav a time of day. And I think it's more than fair enough if people are just entertaining blatant lies for Destiny to come in and want to be like, hey, this person is just lying about me. And I think it's ridiculous to say just block her and ignore her. Like, it's a pretty ridiculous ask.
YouTube comment section, I suggest you find a better hobby, like stargazing on fucking train tracks. And,
I see. Okay.
I think that's it for me. So, love you.
That is a giga cringe take. I just do not agree in any way that, like, you know, that's up to you as a content creator to manage that. If it's getting a bit on top of you, you need to find a way to deal with it, because, you know, people are going to come and be autistic if you're talking about some, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's like kind of just random people coming along and I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I think like, I understand his frustration. Don't get me wrong. Like, it is annoying when a bunch of people come in and like are making stupid points on what.
Lav, the feminist who has a weird, creepy relationship with Mr. Girl, the self-proclaimed sexual predator. Amazing. The biggest contributor to that article/book. Like, how anyone is still treating Lav seriously is a mystery to me.
You disagree with?
It's just a mystery to me at this point.
Oh, I had some sort of disorder. Now that sounds worse than it is. Just like a throat thing. I'll be fine. Chud equals retard.
Oh, I guess we're sort of united in the throat problem, as I said, by some weird quirk of fate. I have to charge my watch.
But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously a couple of points I think are pretty agreeable, but also some points I thought were dumb. But there we go. There's Counterpoints video. He asked me to watch that, by the way. He sent me a DM and said, "Oh, could you mind watching my response?" So I got shit on so much. I was like, "Yeah, okay."
There we go.
There we go. There's my response to
Here we have it. I wonder if Counterpoints liked the response.
What happened to Counter? I mean, I mean, people are saying it's because of the Twitter files debate. I don't know. I think he's, I don't know what to tell you. I just think he brought Lav on. Maybe didn't anticipate that her saying shit was going to get such a big response, and it got a massive response, and he felt the need to respond to it. And you shit on him. Okay, did I shit on him? I think when I watched the conversation, I made a couple of comments, but it wasn't anything too out of pocket. I think the worst thing I said was something like, I hope you were more thorough. I hope you were more thorough than this when you were a copper. I think that's the most offensive thing I said. I called him a retard, yeah. I think I was probably... Did I watch the original conversation or the tomfoolery bit? I can't remember. I was thinking I was more vicious about tomfoolery.
I mean, the tomfoolery thing was bad. It was awful. All right. So that's it for now when it comes to Chad Logic. I think we have done a comprehensive check on Chad Logic. If you have enjoyed this segment, you know what to do. Subscribe, press like. You can also ring the bell. You can become a Patreon. I've got a lot of Patreons, to the point that some people think it's suspicious. And those people don't even know about the White Forest paid subscribers and about the coffee. So wait till they learn about that. Their minds will explode in a fire, brimstone. Now we have a new choice. Write in the chat, what do you want now? Resident Evil or more videos? More videos, Resident Evil. What do we want? Also, as a side note, as you respond in the chat, because we cannot have silent moments when you decide what you want in the chat, I will tell you that apparently Chad Logic was banned from Twitch for watching content from someone who was banned. So I guess I have to comment on it. I have to comment on the Chad Logic ban as I wait for your answer if you want more videos or Resident Evil 2. My comment on the Chad Logic ban is that I personally find the Twitch rule that, oh yeah, Lav is a huge transphobe. Lav is a gigantic transphobe. I am aware of that. Like, she's just... I've said it on last stream. At this point, I would sooner believe that I could become best friends with Chad Logic sooner than I would believe anything that Lav says about any topic. Okay? That is my stance on Lav. Alright? And Mr. Girl as well, for that matter. Mr. Girl as well, for that matter. I'm really not surprised that those two have become so close. But yeah, Chad Logic banned from Twitch. I think that the rule that you can get banned for watching someone who is banned on your stream is pretty ridiculous. I don't think Twitch should have this rule. I'm really glad that YouTube doesn't have it. And I think that's it. I don't think the ban should have happened for a thing like this. That is my opinion. It's apparently for 3 days or something, but I don't think it should be like you forget or you don't keep track or who is banned on Twitch. You watch their content or you watch their content on your stream and bam, you're suddenly banned for whatever arbitrary amount of time. I think it's pretty silly and that it should not happen. You know? I don't think that should happen. I don't think you should need to keep track of who is and who isn't banned on Twitch in order to see whose content you can and whose content you cannot safely watch on your stream if you're streaming on Twitch. I don't think that should be a thing. I think it's pretty ridiculous. Twitch has some really bizarre rules that thankfully YouTube does not have. And that sort of thing might come back to bite Twitch in the butt, to be perfectly honest, because this sort of rule is just not reasonable. You know, I can understand not being able to bring on a banned person to your stream. I can understand this rule, okay? Because that would be platforming them, right? Literally. But watching their thing on watching a thing that they are in on your stream should be okay. That should be more than okay. Alright? Ridiculous. Okay. So what will it be? More videos or Resident Evil 2 Leon's scenario? Make a decision quick, or I will be forced to make a decision for you. It is time to decide. The time to decide is now. What will it be? What will it be? I'm gonna wait a bit. And then I'm gonna make the decision for you. Video. Leon. Well, it's a tie now between Leon. More videos. Okay. Let me see. Let me see then. Loser lefty fakes allegations versus legal eagle ends up crushed by her. I don't think Illuminati is a... Oh, coin flip. That's good. That's actually good. I don't think Illuminati is like a leftist. Is Illuminati a leftist? Can anyone tell me about Illuminati? We hazing. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for the hazing. Even though, technically speaking, my surname in the YouTube thing is Hazen, not Haze, but you know, I would rather watch more. I'm not really all that in the know about the Illuminati stuff. Yeah, I think she's cool as well. Apparently she's got Polish roots. Yeah, Illuminati is a leftist. Okay. Yeah, I think Illuminati is cool. Is that how Illuminati looks like in real life? I saw her have a Polish flag on Twitter. So apparently she has some Polish roots. She has a Polish flag as well as a Ukrainian flag on her Twitter. Because her channel revolves around corporate BS. She's been getting more radical over time as she observed how shit companies were. Okay, that makes sense. But I'm not sure we're gonna watch this for now. We've had our fill with Chad Logic. If Chad Logic released some sort of like a follow-up on the tomfoolery thing, and I know he streamed about tomfoolery, then I would have possibly watched it, but as things stand, I'm not interested. Lucy, me, I'm back. You are welcome back. You are welcome back. Okay, no, this is content. Ducklings jump in the basket to sleep with kitten Lucky while bunnies run. This is content. I am ready to accept your challenge, yes. Is this the $100 challenge? Is this the $100 challenge? Viewer called Asmon Ari, the Ursler. It's because we're playing Settlers. The Settlers 2. That's a sound from the game. That is the sound of... Those are the sound effects from the game. Settlers 2. Remember that idiot right-wing CinemaSins? Yeah, I remember. I remember CinemaSins. What about... Wait, CinemaSins was right-wing? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that CinemaSins was right-wing. Or I actually might have heard something about it. I might have heard something about it. But yeah, I do know of CinemaSins, even though it's been many years since I've seen anything of theirs. Okay, let me see. The Arsler thing. We're gonna watch this as you present your challenge.
McDonald's has opened their first fully automated restaurant with no employees. I mean, I think this is the future, right? I mean, people ask for a higher minimum wage, and it's like if you're a McDonald's, there's a break-even point with spending money on employees. And if an employee costs a certain amount of money, it's cheaper to just do it with a robot. Probably so retarded. What am I saying that's wrong? It's so funny to me. Well, let's
Actually, people, you have to take into account. I don't know what the reality is in the US, but in Poland, people just don't like automated services as much as you think. Even when having an option to choose, automated service, automated checkout, a lot of people simply choose to deal with a person. It is what it is. Like in many places in Poland that have automated checkout, like McDonald's, be it McDonald's when you can automate the process of ordering, when it's grocery store, when you can just do the checkout with a machine of all your groceries. A lot of the times the automated place is empty and people just go to the living, breathing person. You know? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually not all about efficiency. A lot of people just like dealing with a human that's alive.
Let's read why I'm retarded. All right, let's go. Mods do a great job maintaining your echo chambers, and fucking pathetic bitch timing me out for different opinions. So this is a person who is... And by the way, doesn't this mean that it's not an echo chamber because I'm talking to you directly and it's clear that you disagree with me? So you can obviously...
I don't really think so. I think you're talking...
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $100, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you for the donation. But... our words left, right, and center. Don't clip and ship that. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think it's not really it's not really disproving an echo chamber when Asmongold is talking down to a person in the chat from the position of his powerful platform, you know? Jonas J. Campbell is right-wing CinemaSins clone. Make a segment where you cover 3 of his videos. Failure is not an option. Good luck. Solid Lucy Master Parker out. Wait, do you want me to do this today or during the next stream? Is this challenge for like right now, or is it for the next stream? Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Problems are easier resolved with people. Automation can be a big hassle. Yeah, I think so. I do think so. And I don't really think that raising wages for workers would mean that a company would suddenly operate at a huge loss and would be forced to just automate to sort of reduce its bleeding money. I don't think so. I'm sorry. I don't buy this argument.
That this person probably has mental challenges because they think that having WASD in Diablo 4 is a problem. I was timed out for a different opinion.
Oh. For the record, I don't think that having WSD is a problem in Diablo. I think you should be able to have as many control schemes and games as it's physically possible. You should have as much choice when it comes to controls as physically possible in games. And just choose whatever suits you best. That's it. That is my opinion when it comes to controls in games. I donate so that I don't spend money on fast food. Nice. Thank you very, very much.
No, you were timed out for a stupid opinion. And you were also timed out for spamming. It's one thing to say it once or twice. It's another thing to say...
Oh my god. WASD isn't an ARPG feature. Go back to your MMO, you cocks. No one cares about your... Oh my gosh. Okay. This is... Oh my. This is a ridiculous opinion. The whole WASD in Diablo. It's just silly. People should be able to play their games as they want, okay? You should not be shackled to one type of control scheme. You should be able to, if you want, you should be able to play on a WASD. You should be able to click to move or whatever. You should be able to play on a controller. You should be able to play on a dancing mat. You should be able to play using a guitar, whatever. Whatever exists, you should be able to use it to control a game. If I want to have 30 plus followers in Skyrim, then it is my choice. True, it is. It is your choice indeed.
10 times? Do you think we didn't see it the first time? You got timed out for being annoying and stupid. It had nothing to do with having a different opinion. That's why you didn't...
Oh my gosh. Imagine going to a streamer's chat and just spamming over and over again because you disagree that a control function should be a part of a game. This actually does enter pretty pathetic levels. That is pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. That is one of the saddest things.
Didn't get timed out the first time. It was the 20th time. A stupid opinion? Yes. You're stupid for thinking that WASD shouldn't be in Diablo 4. Okay.
Yes, okay, I will agree with this. I will agree with this. That is a stupid opinion, okay? I do agree with this. If you are crying about WSD the whole shebang being in Diablo 4, then yeah, it is a pretty silly opinion to have. Like, there's no reason not to have it. If you want to keep playing with the mouse and move with the click of the mouse, be my guest. Nobody's taking that away from you. If someone wants a different type of a control scheme, why shouldn't they? Ridiculous.
I think we've had enough. Let's see
Yeah.
real quick. Somebody has another opinion on this.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Okay, that's okay. My gosh. The amount of crying that is happening around that whole control thing in Diablo 4 is just so sad and pathetic. Like, once again, people should be able to play games as they want. That's the end of it. That's it. You should be able to, customize the controls for a game to your specific needs. True. Would you rather give the money to Voosh or Lucy? I think you know the answer is that you shouldn't give it to Lucy, because Lucy is a far smaller and poorer streamer, okay? I mean, compared to Lucy, Vosh is loaded, okay? Compared to me, Vosh is loaded. Vosh is indeed loaded compared to me. But thanks to all of you, my situation is actually improving quite a lot. So thank you all very much for your subscriptions, and thank you very much for your donations. They mean a lot. They allow me to do a lot. Like, it's a big deal to me. And it's also apparently drives Chud Logic insane, because he cannot fathom how, like, my subscriber / viewer count ratio to subscriber count baffles Chud Logic, and I'm not sure why, but I am actually preparing a very special video just for Chud Logic, just for Chud Logic's enjoyment. So look forward to that, because that might be pretty funny. That might be pretty funny when it happens. Alright, we've just watched an Asmongold video in which some viewer was unhappy about moving with a keyboard in Diablo. He's British. He's incapable of love. The only reason John Oliver feels love is because he got out in time. True. I mean, Jim Sterling also got out, so... That's a month-old video. We don't want a month-old video. Oh, I want to watch this. Resident Evil? We want some Resident Evil now? No, no. Diablo games were primarily click to move and click to attack games. You know? That was the primarily, like, that was the primary way to move in Diablo. Okay, we're gonna play some Resident Evil. But I am curious about the Demon Mama video, actually. I changed my mind about this revisiting ContraPoints and J.K. Rowling. I am curious about this video. I want to save the game. We're gonna exit the game now. Asmund has some bad takes sometimes, but he comes across as genuine. That means a lot. He's right in this instance. Yeah, I think he's more than correct in when it comes to the whole control thing in Diablo. Like, the argument is fairly simple. You should be able to play your games the way you want, not the way some people think that a game should play. I doubt it. Demon Mama rarely has cringe takes, so I doubt it. Okay, for now, let's focus on what is important in life. And what is important in life is Resident Evil. You know, I have actually figured out just for today how to swap discs. So we will also be able to swap discs, which I love. I'm gonna make it louder. Game must be louder. I've stress tested the cutscene, and you know what? If the cutscene freezes now, after I've stress tested it a bunch of times, I'm gonna be annoyed as heck. Yeah, Demon Mama is great. Demon Mama is a great content creator. And I would argue a great friend as well.
Resident Evil
2. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, wrong. Wait, hold on. Already we're experiencing some problems, which is not good because okay. Wait. Something already happened? Oh my god. Already we're experiencing technical issues. Oh my gosh. What's happening here? Wait. No, this is impossible. Wait. Hold on. Oh my gosh, this worked yesterday. And now? What?
Resident Evil 2.
Oh my gosh. Oof. Oh no. Wait, hold on. Oh no, wait, I think I know. Wait. Hold on, I think I know. I hope I know what's happening. Hold on. I think I know. I have no idea. Oh no. Oh no. Why am I suddenly having technical issues? Well, this is annoying. Let me check again. Okay, something got very, very wrong. I don't know what happened. But a whole memory card of mine got wiped. Yeah, I have to look it up because something. I have to check something. RetroArch. Oh my gosh. Saves. The saves are here. saves are here, so I don't get it. Oh, wait. I think I know. One moment, everyone. I need to fix this. Maybe I should just turn it on again. I have no clue what happened between my sessions. I just wiped my whole memory card clean. I have no, if anyone here knows what might have happened with the memory card situation, I am all ears. The files are there. The files are... The files are still there, but the program just doesn't see them. You know? It only sees my second memory card, but not the first one. And I have no clue why. You know? But the files are here. The save state also doesn't work for some reason. I do have a save state, but it doesn't work for some reason. It worked yesterday, but now it doesn't work anymore. And I have no idea why. have no clue what's going on. So I had a save state, but I have no clue. I have no clue what to do. And it's annoying. Oh, come on. Where's the retro arc? I don't know. Something's really weird. I think I know what to do. I hope this will work. Oh, I hope this will work. Maybe. Maybe.
Resident Evil 2.
Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Nice. All right. Let's go. If the cutscene freezes, I'm gonna shoot myself. Oh. I hope it's a nice rain, not a cold, bitter rain. True, you do.
Leon.
What is it? Ada. What is it, Ada? I got it, yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
You know what this is about. So just hand over the G virus.
Hand over the G virus to me. I believe it.
Annette was right. About everything.
True. She was.
That's why I told you to leave without me, but you wouldn't listen. Now hand it over. Don't make me shoot you.
Annette was right about everything. And more. You're right. I can't. I love you. Ay, ay, ay. That hurt.
Ada.
Ada.
Ada. I've got you. Don't give up.
Don't you dare freeze. If it freezes now, I will honestly, I don't know what I will do if it freezes now.
You're gonna make it.
You're gonna make it, cutscene.
Too late, Leon. We both know it.
This fool is smart.
You just have to help me out here.
I really wanted to escape with you, Leon.
I don't remember what happens in the remake here. Goodbye.
Ada!
Oh my god, I thought it froze for a second. Ada! That's the worst piece of voice acting, by the way. Ada! Yes. Oh my gosh, I actually thought that it would freeze.
So, this is what everyone's been dying for.
Why would you throw... Why would you do this to a highly contagious virus? Leon is not very smart. Why would you do this? And then 1 billion rats drank the G virus, and an unstoppable spread of G virus commenced because Leon is an idiot. Wow. Congrats, Leon. Literally. Idiot. Oh, wrong way. We are almost done with Leon. That's right, Maya Major. That's right. That's right, mother duckers. I don't stand a chance against me. Black bar? What do you mean? What black bar? Wait, what black bar? Hold on. What's the black bar? Wait, what? Where? Where do you see the black bar? Oh. I have no clue where that's from. What is this? There you go. We've gotten rid of it. No more black bars. That was weird. That was so strange. No more. We have fixed the black bar problem. Yeah. I have fixed the issue. I have fixed the issue of all black bars. Yeah, I got it. Wait, the stream is down? That's impossible. Oh, come on. No, it should be up. It should be okay. The stream should be up. I'm so nervous now. The stream should be up. Okay, that's good. I probably don't need that much preparation, but you know what? Let's do this. Let's go, Leon. True. The Magnum gun. I'm just gonna say this fight is much harder. This fight is much harder in the remake, I think. This fight seems a lot more involved in the remake. Just watch. This is a scientist. What up, monkey paw? Come here. Come here. Hurry up, come here. Are you wasting time? You don't waste my time. That's it. The boss is beaten. There you go. That's it. Honestly, the last boss of Resident Evil 2 remake feels harder. Thank you. That's it. That's the end of scenario A of Leon. That's it. We've beaten it. That's the last boss of scenario A. What I mean to say is that this exact boss seems easier here.
Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine.
It's over.
No. I have to find my brother.
You're right. This is just the beginning.
But you flip-flop so much, Leon. You flip-flop so much.
Goodbye, Ada.
He does not look as handsome as they make it up to be in the later games. Did Leon have plastic surgery? And that's it. You can enjoy the credits. The fruit of our labor. We can enjoy the fruits. You're right. This is just the beginning. Which is the opposite of the end. True, true. True and real. True and real. We're gonna do some Claire scenario as well. So don't worry. So romantic. Rest in peace, Mr. Birkin. Don't speak ill of the Professor Birkin. Monsieur Berrakin. Birkin bag. Oh, damn. Okay. What is my score? What is my social score? C. Oh. I think that's because I didn't use the spray. Now we need to do some okay. Now we need to do some magic. I'm not gonna show you how I do the magic, so I'm gonna hide it. I'm gonna hide the magic. I'm not gonna show you the magic of disc swapping. Giggling. Okay, let me see. Okay, this should work. If it doesn't, I will be cross with someone. Maybe with you. Or maybe with you. I'm gonna be cross with someone. Is it gonna load? Is this gonna load? Oh my God. This is so ridiculous. Ridiculous, my dear gigglers. Hey, what's the disc that it's inside of here now? Game, please start. Please start. Okay, it started. What is the disc? Okay, that's good. We don't have to censor the magic anymore. Friendship is magic, in fact. Violence and gore. What's happening? What is happening? It stopped again. What is happening now? My playthroughs are rife with technical problems, aren't they? Ones that actually did not happen before as well. Oh my god. Can you believe this? What? I guess the laser got busted. That's new. That's new. Oh my gosh. I get the weirdest errors. When they didn't even happen yesterday, it was so smooth when I was off stream. And now it's like, screw you, Ducky. You're gonna suffer through everything, everywhere, all at once. You're gonna experience. I'm like, no. My gosh. Did you see the console menu? This is what happened when your laser died and the game didn't like load or something. It seems to be okay now. I guess we're in the clear now. Let me do a quick check. Okay. It all seems to be good now. It's all good. Resident Evil. I think it's just the menu screen that you get when you turn on the console without loading any games. Oh my gosh. I didn't have this sort of problem yesterday. I'm gonna drink water. Drinking water is gonna help me unwind or something, I don't know. Okay, it seems to be good now.
Resident Evil 2.
Should drink water, just like me. Okay, we did it. I'm gonna enjoy the intro. Oh my gosh.
T-virus outbreak in Raccoon City.
In the midst.
Leon Kennedy succeeded in escaping from the city.
It's true.
With one of the only other survivors, a woman named Ada, a spy seeking the deadly G virus.
Well, and Claire. Ada!
Leon was not the sole.
Oh my gosh.
A girl named Claire Redfield was in town on business of her own. She came to uncover the mysterious circumstances of her brother's disappearance.
Guess we have to reset again. I have to reset again. I don't know why, but the technical problems start once I try to show you the game. Ada! But it's okay. It seems everything is finally okay now. Do you see the problems that I have to go through to give you the optimal experience? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Okay, load game. Once and for all. We're gonna enjoy the intro by actually seeing it this time around. Alright, it worked. Okay. Good. 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 Good.
In the midst of the T-virus outbreak in Raccoon City, Leon Kennedy succeeded in escaping from the city following his encounter with one of the only other survivors.
Where's the screen?
A woman named Ada.
Wait.
Seeking the deadly G-virus. However...
Wait, what happened to the... Okay. I'm annoyed. Ada.
Leon was not the sole survivor of the incident. A girl named Claire Redfield was in town on business of her own. She came to uncover the mysterious circumstances of her brother's disappearance. Chris Redfield, a member of the STARS Alpha Team.
Alpha Team, that's important.
Now, her mission has become quite simple. Basic survival within the nightmare that was once Raccoon City.
True. It's like Oliver Queen from The Arrow. Only one goal. Survive. Diner.
I'm finally here.
Ah, true. I'm finally here. It's like the gas station from the remake. But it's different, of course.
Guy's a maniac.
Guy's a maniac. Guy's a maniac. I'm just gonna drive off as if nothing happened.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Anybody home?
Hello? Hello? Look, I'm sorry I bothered you, okay? Just don't come any closer.
What does she have a knife here, by the way? Who has a knife here on the shoulder? What sort of a normal person has a knife on their shoulder like this?
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down!
Headshot.
We can't stay out here. Head to the police station. It'll be a lot safer.
True. The PlayStation lasers failed a lot, by the way. The PlayStation had a crappy laser.
Buckle up.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on? I arrived in town, and the whole place went
Great.
insane.
The radio's out.
You're a cop, right?
Yeah, first day on the job. Great, huh? Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Mine's Claire. Claire Redfield. I came to find my brother, Chris.
I came to meet my brother Cristobal.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
Sure. There's a gun inside.
Better take it with you.
Damn.
You okay?
Still in one piece.
For now. She even belted up. She had her seatbelt on.
Claire!
Leon!
I'm okay.
She almost died because of her seatbelt.
Okay.
Alrighty. Let's go. At the same time, at the same place. You have to survive this nightmare to know the true end. Da-da-da. Nom nom nom. Do you know the secrets? The real secrets. Oh my gosh, I was too slow. It's okay. That's okay. Am I still fine? Already I got caught at the very start of the game. Claire was the superior Redfield. True. True and real. Claire is the superior Claire. But... Oh my gosh, that is annoying. Okay, we've managed to... Wait, is this the commissioner? Is this the commissioner? I swear, the commissioner got expanded in the remake, didn't he? Like, is this the commissioner and he just dies now?
Stay back! Don't come any closer! Stay back!
Is it? Is this or is this not the commissioner? He looks like the commissioner a bit. Mustache commissioner. When does Mr. X come into play? She. True. Sort of feels like... Unfortunately, since I chose the expansion for equipment for Leon, with Claire, we're going to have to tackle with a lack of space. Unfortunately, you know, Claire is gonna have less space in the backpack than Leon. Have I made a mistake? Still fine, I guess. See, I'm almost out of space. And I'm out. I'm out of space. Wait, what's this doing here? What was that doing here? Feels like we could... What the... What the hell was that? Wow. You gotta admit though, I am slowly getting better at avoiding zombies. You know? It just shows that even the worst avoider in the world gets better once. Like, this just proves that you will get better eventually if you play the game over and over and over again. Okay? It's just proof. I see how it is. People will just criticize me if I get hit. But if I expertly avoid the zombies, people won't even notice. Oh no. Oh no! Oh crap. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh. Let's go. Here again, we're gonna have to... You know what? I'll just gonna shoot the zombies here. Like, you have to backtrack here a lot. Made in USA. True. The best weapon in the good old US of A. Oh my gosh. That's not fair. That wasn't fair at all. What? Oh my gosh. I guess I ran out of skill. Just die, you bastard. We're gonna... I'm gonna kill you. Oh my god, you are so... Oh, get out of here. Is that BS? It's classic me to go from expert to amateur within seconds. That is so me. I remembered. I shouldn't. Oh wait, that's actually fine. That's actually fine. He's gonna prune. Right. What? Oh my god. This game sometimes, I swear. I swear. This game can be crazy sometimes. I hope I will be okay to beat the scenario B. Is there anything here actually? Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, isn't he right next to me? Mother Quacker. Oh my god. Oh. Mother Ducker. Wait, what do I... I'm out of here. Does he follow you around like in Resident Evil Remake or... I don't want to find out if he follows you around. What the hell? What was that? Oh my god. This is a save room, right? No, it's not. Holy crap. It's not a save room. Uh-oh. I'm... What a game. I'm so screwed. I don't have a choice. I don't really have a choice, do I? Oh my god. What? What the hell? I didn't remember that. I hit my knee. Oh, that hurts. My knee hurts. What the hell? What's with the jump scare and a jump scare? Oh my god. Ouch. Ay, 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 ay. Give me a break. Ah, ow. Ay, ay, ay. That hurt. That's true. I'm out of here. Screw you, Licker. Get licked, Licker. Whatever you say, Licker. Whatever you say, Licker. Okay, Licker. Whatever you say, Licker. He's not gonna be here when I come back, right? That would be ridiculous. He's not stalking this place, right? Please tell me. Okay, good. I think Mr. X can get into more places in the remake. I don't think he actually chases you around the main hall in the... I don't think he chases you around in the main hall of the police station in the remake. I actually don't think he follows you here. And he does follow you here in the remake. There's a puzzle here in the remake. Ay, my knee hurts. Okay, let's go. Alright, good. Is Mr. X a tyrant? Is Mr. X basically a tyrant or no? I read theories that Mr. X is just a tyrant. Basically a finished version of Tyrant from Resident Evil 1. Is that true? Isn't he more like a... Isn't he like a more finished version of Tyrant? You know? With the... He doesn't have the heart weakness. And stuff like that. I think Mr. X is supposed to be a better version of Tyrant than the one from Resident Evil 1. I know about the password. I used it. Where's the other zombie? Oh my god, that's annoying. For real? That was a good use of ammo. Spray, the thing that you should not use in Resident Evil. We're about to mate with the liquor again. No, Nemesis is considered to be perfected tyrant by a weapon, particularly because it was trained to go after remaining members of the Stars. X would have moments where he'd disobey orders from Umbrella. Yeah, but the tyrant from Resident Evil 1 did not listen to orders at all. You know? Like, yeah, sure, Mr. X might have moments when he would disobey orders from Umbrella, but the tyrant from Resident Evil 1 did not listen to orders, like, at all. And would just attack everyone. So I think Mr. X is still considered to be an upgrade from Resident Evil 1 Tyrant. You know? Right. But there's no liquor here. No more licking of the liquor. Nemesis. The filler title enemy. I'm gonna be honest. The plot of Resident Evil 3 makes no sense. It was said in Resident Evil 2, in this game, that both Chris and Jill left Raccoon City to go to the main headquarters of Umbrella. And then you play Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and suddenly Claire is in Raccoon City all over again. Didn't she leave with Chris to the main base of Umbrella? Why was she in Raccoon City still? I think that what? Headquarters. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Gosh darn it. I need a lighter, which I don't have. So why is Jill still in Raccoon City in Resident Evil 3 if it was said that she left with Chris? That makes no sense. You can really tell that Resident Evil Nemesis was a filler title. The story fell apart. The story would make perfect sense. The story actually makes perfect sense from Resident Evil 2 to Code Veronica. And Nemesis just makes me ask so many questions, like... Why was Jill there? Why was Jill dressed like that? A diamond thing. Oh no. I need to go to the toilet. You can, but... But only women can play on the piano, at least in the Resident Evil universe. Oh. Okay, I'm pausing the game and I'm gonna go to the toilet. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. I am back. I have returned from the toilet realm. Uh-oh. Okay, what do we do now? We're not gonna save for now. We're gonna play some more. How long has this stream been, by the way? What? Have we been together for five hours? I thought it was like more of a 2-hour stream or something, but it seems like it's been 5 hours already. That's wild. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wonder where you get the... Wonder where I can get the... lighter. The Nobel won't budge. I wonder which route is the canon one. Claire A, Leon B, or Leon A and Claire B? What do you think is the canon playthrough when it comes to Resident Evil lore? Tell me in the chat. I would love to know. This looks like a gun. Like, this looks like ammo, but you cannot interact with it.
Leon!
It's good to see you're still among the living.
True.
It looks like we're not gonna find your brother here after all.
Oh no. A diary. Blah blah blah. We've already read it on our A scenario playthrough.
There's no reason for us to stay any longer than necessary. Let's split up, look for any survivors, and get out of here.
Right.
One last thing. Here's a radio. Take it. That way we can keep in touch if anything happens.
Thanks.
That way we can keep in touch if anything happens.
Well, thanks, I get it.
That way we can keep in touch if...
I get it. Oh my god. What a perv. Oh. I forgot about the bow gun. I've literally forgotten about that. Oh, and chill. Here's a lock, but it may help you, the master of unlocking, to take it with you. True. I mean, technically speaking, within the lore, that is the case, right? Leon and Claire are running around. But what I mean is, because the story differs a bit depending on who you do the A or B with, right? I think the stories differ a bit depending on who does the scenario A or B. The way you meet Ada and the way stuff happens, I think those differ a bit depending on if it's scenario A or B. You know? Okay, there are a couple of places that I can enter now. This did not happen in scenario A. Federal Police Deputy Internal Investigation Report. Mr. Chris Redfield, Raccoon City Police Department, Stars Division. As per your request, we have conducted our internal investigation and discovered the following information. 1. Regarding the G virus currently under development by Umbrella ENC, so far it is unconfirmed that the G virus even exists. We're continuing with our investigation. 2. Regarding Mr. Brian Irons, Chief of the Raccoon City Police Department, Mr. Irons has allegedly received a large sum of funds in bribes from Umbrella ENC. Over the last 5 years, he was apparently involved in the cover-up of the Mansion Lab case, along with the several other incidents in which Umbrella appears to have direct involvement. Mr. Irons had been arrested under suspicion of rape on 2 separate counts during his years as a university student. How did a person with a record like that become a commissioner? He underwent psychiatric evaluation as a result of the charges, but was released due to circumstantial evidence as well as his phenomenal academic standing. As such, extreme caution is advised when dealing with him. What the hell? What the hell? Why am I here? I'm out of this room. My God. Bees. My God. I'm just gonna look. Yeah, I'm just gonna look. It's okay. It's fine. Wait, where am I going? Hey. My gosh. Bon appetit, you bastards. Oh my God. You did not see that. Oh my God. That was embarrassing. It was like, bon appetit, you bastards. And then this happened. That was so embarrassing. Well, now I have to shoot them. I guess this can make it into the... I guess this could potentially make it into the embarrassing compilation of my mistakes in Resident Evil. I think this might deserve a spot, actually. It was not very smart of me. But you know me by now. It's okay. It's fine because we got the ammo back via a lockpick. My gosh. I cannot believe myself. What? Oh, screw you. No. So just to be clear, lore-wise, I am not a clone of the real Alec Kyle Parker. Nor am I his doppelganger. Okay. That is good to know. Wait, did I do the... Did I do the... Yeah, I didn't. Snake. Solid snake statue. Where's the kid? Where's the kid? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's going well. Alright, let's go. What arrows? Also, what is Atticus Finch? For real though? Oh no, I've made a mistake. Oh, just kill me. I've made a mistake. Where's the gem? Did I put it away? I've either not taken it or I've put it away.
Resident Evil 2.
I'm missing a gem. American cop. I guess I don't have to go there until I get the second gem, though. It is here. But I don't need to go there until I get the second gem. So there's no point in going there now and risking getting hit for nothing. Wait, where's the kid? What happened to meeting the child? Well, there's a few places I can go. Here. Okay, let's go. I hope Mr. X won't appear here. Mr. X does have a few pre-programmed moments when he appears. It's not 100% random. Sort of expect him to appear out of nowhere, almost anywhere. Oh my gosh. Oh, you bastard. Okay, I'm out of here. What is this riddle? I don't remember this. What do you do with those tablets? I don't remember this puzzle at all. Two liquors. Is there anything in this room? Was this just a waste of time? Whatever, as long as I'm fine. So good. Okay, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Okay, pink one is here. Ah. I thought I would make a perfect avoid, but that was not in the cards. We're not gonna go through here anymore. Once we open the shortcut, we don't need to return here ever again. All cops are zombies. All cops are zombies. True. What? I think it's better to use the handgun. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. Do they recover if I do this? That would suck. Oh my god. This sucks. I have to finish them off now. Are they dead? Here we go. I'm gonna wait for a new herb. I'm gonna wait for a new herb. Wait, what? Oh my god! Why did I do... Oh my god. Why did I do that? I have no clue why I did that. It's such a huge mistake. That could have been perfect. But instead it ended up as always. Is there anything here? Oh, the detonator. I died. I hate you. You know what? I think that this death we have streamed for 6 hours. So I think we might as well take a break for today and continue next time. What do you think? Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair enough? What do you think? I think we can stop here and continue next time. We've done a lot today. We have done a lot of things. We have achieved a lot of things today. So what do you think? Yeah, I think so. Okay then. I wish you a good night. If you enjoy this stream, then recommend it to others, and I will see you on the next one. Love and solidarity, and as always, loads of love. Oh, before I go, tomorrow I will be taking part in a big event called the March of Life. This is another event related to the Warsaw Ghetto. I will probably be filming the event and will be uploading it as part of the series related to the 80th anniversary of the Ghetto Uprising. So look forward to that. Okay, so this time for real, I will see you all very soon, okay? Bye-bye, good night. See you. Good night.